All right, I believe that is all working. Okay, so today I threw out a rib in my chest, went to a chiropractor, and found out that, well, it's not so good. So I took the day off. It's a sick day, but I can't sit still. So instead, we're going to work on 3 different games. Last time we did a stream, I was working on Generational Starship. Then I was working on Boincy Slip House for shortly a period of time, and then I didn't even start the other third game called Poop Shoot. So we're going to begin that one today. So why don't we go ahead and find that design document. So let's go over to my docs, and we are going to find Poop Shoot game design document, because we'll probably need to fill this in as we go along. So the most important thing about this game is that there are levels and stages, but the overall setting for the game is pretty simple. There are going to be at least 2 spawn points, maybe there'll be more, I'm not sure, and they are going to determine where food enters your mouth hole, and then it goes through to be digested, and then finally gets pooped out the other end. So we're going to go ahead and try to make that actually work. So let's move this over here and this here. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to be using this as our reference. So the first thing is we already started a new project, so yay, we're done with that. Let's cross that out. So we want to get food pellets spawning to begin with. So to do that, we have a food spawner class that I've created. For right now, it's just going to take in a serialized field, which means it's going to be public in the inspector, but not public in code, so we can drag and drop assets to it. But for right now, we're just going to make a default food pellet period, and that'll be replaced by some generator later on. So we need to know the location for this object, so that is going to be a food spawner. We're going to do a 2D view for this as well, and let's align the camera up to how we want this to look. So let's get out of 2D for a second and grab our camera. Now our camera is looking down the Z-axis, which means world Z is going this way as well. So we have this guy right here. And with that, I want to go to the game view, move the game view somewhere I can actually see, like right here. And we are going to do a 16:9 display so I get a sense of what's going on. Although really, I would probably rather have things be more vertical than horizontal. So we'll go with it. It's fine. So we've got a lot of horizontal space to play with. So that almost makes me wonder if we should rotate the whole world, but too much for right now. Let's just get the spawners in there. So the first spawner is right here. Let's go ahead and give this a symbol so we can see it. Let's just make that green, call it food spawner, move it up and over somewhere over here perhaps. Let's grab the camera, go to, let's see, align view to selected. So now we're looking through the camera itself and roughly where we'd expect things to be. We grab that food spawner, and where did it go? It's out of sight. So we're going to move this down and over. Let's go click to a 2D view as well. Once again, select that camera, and see, I can see UI objects, can't I? I guess it won't let me do that either. Well, that's fine. So we're going to have a food spawner right there. Let's see. The food spawner, the tag is okay, but really need something more to see. So let's do a mesh filter and a mesh renderer on top of this object. Then for the mesh filter, let's pick something. Let's do a quad for right now. That's fine. The purple is fine as well. It doesn't really matter. We'll put this somewhere up towards the top region, and then we'll take a look at what our values are. So that value is Z has a weird value. Let's fix that. Let's see if we can go up to 6 on that axis. And then, I don't know, maybe -3 for that axis. I'm going to duplicate that object, move it over. We're not going to duplicate, actually. We're going to leave it where it is. Let's get it to spawn this food pellet to begin with. So we've already have a prefab. I put the food pellet under the prefab so we can actually delete the food pellet itself, go to the food spawner, add the food pellet prefab to the script, which it will not let me because the food pellet does not have the correct component. So let's do a food pellet script attached to that. We'll be able to then have the object to work with. Go back to our scene view, go to our food spawner at this point, and let's see. We want to grab our food pellet, throw it under the food pellet area for that, bring our code back. Now we need to know when to update. So we're going to need to know a few things, right? We're going to need how often to spawn the food, And then we also need to know, I don't know if we need to block it. So the food is going to get spawned. And then a question then becomes, how does it get to where it needs to go? I kind of want to let the physics system do this. I haven't played too much with the physics. I always think they're such a pain in the ass to work with. But what if we create a direction for it to go down? So let's just do I'm almost thinking like a funnel. And you choose which side, and the other, one side will get rejected, and the food will fall off to wherever. So maybe we could do that. Actually, we're going to want to do this slightly different, I think. Hold on one second. I seem to have a problem with my setup. Let's go to... Just trying to see if this is actually working. Okay, that's all good. Anyway, so food pellets spawning. Let's not care about where the food pellets go. Let's just get them to spawn. So an update, we need to know that a certain amount of time has passed. We could also do this with a coroutine. Either one would work. Let's just do a coroutine for right now. So in start, we'll create the coroutine. We're going to need a method for that. So we need an I enumerator, and we'll call this spawn pellet. Spawn food pellet right there. This will take in, we probably want that to be a time between pellets. So let's do that for right now. Float, do another serialized field. Serialized field, float time between pellets. Time between spawning, or delta spawn. How about that? We'll set that equal to, let's give it a spawn rate of once every 2 seconds. We will have this as a value we get to, we could value that we pass in. Nah, we'll just access it. We don't need to pass it in. So in here, we're going to need to wait for some certain amount of time. We're also going to need to return something. So what do we want to do? Let's do a start coroutine. And let's see. We can pass in the string method. We'll do spawn food pellet right there. This is going to wait after spawning a pellet. So let's do a, do we want a while loop? How do we know that this is destroyed? This will get destroyed, but the I enumerator is still going to go. So how do we know when we end? Let's just make another serialized field is spawning. A bool is spawning is equal to true. And then so long as that's true, we'll keep pumping these out. So while is spawning. Under is spawning, we are going to wait. So let's do a yield return. What do we want to do? Wait for seconds, and we're going to pass in our delta spawn time. Yield return, let's see. New, right? Yield return new, wait for seconds, delta spawn. After we wait that amount of time is when we're going to do the first ball being spawned. So let's do an instantiate. We are going to instantiate what? The food pellet, which is of type food pellet right here. Instantiate food pellet. Let's see. I believe I can do it this way, right? Let's do instantiate food pellet. That should instantiate the object, right? Or no? It's no overload method for instantiate takes 0 arguments. What do you need to take? You need to know the original food pellet object. You need to know a transform or something else. This is the type that it will return. So let's pass in food pellet right there. And we also need to attach this to something as a child object. So we can just put this under the food spawner itself for now and be a child of that if we want. Is that going to give us any problems? Do we need it to be a child of something else? Does it really matter? It's going to be doing a simulation and moving about on its own. So for right now, let's just make it a child of this object and see what happens. And if that becomes an issue, we will make it its own free-form thing. So we are going to pass in this .transform. for that object there. Okay, so this is going to continually spawn these once this coroutine is getting started, and this is where the coroutine is going to get started. We're going to come back over here, and let's see. The food pellet itself right now has a collider on it, which means these will just ball up over there. So let's go ahead and open the prefab and add a rigid body to it. Mass doesn't matter so much at the moment. That could be something we play with later. Angular drag, and that doesn't matter. I do want some constraints. We're not going to have this thing move in the Z axis. X and Y are fine. Rotation across all axes is also fine. Let's go back out of the prefab now, hit run. And so this is our game view. So there we had a pellet get spawned. And there's another one. So now let's actually create, let's do both spawn points. So we have one, we're going to duplicate that, Control D, move it over to the other side. Here's that one, this one. Do a 3 over there. We're just going to make sure both of these get generating food pellets. Excuse me while I eat. I haven't really eaten yet today. And, okay, so that's good. Now I kind of want these to roll down towards a center point. There is a... It needs to go into your digestive tract. So to do that, let's go to 3D Object, and let's create a cube. And let's scale the cube. So we're going to scale it vertically this way and squeeze it down a bit. But this pivot isn't where I want it to be. I want the pivot to be down around the bottom. No, I don't. Depends how I want to do this, and I'm trying to figure that out right now. I'm going to hold Control and click to get this to be a 45-degree angle. And what I expect is I kind of want this to be here, and then there to be a tube here. And then what's going to happen is this rotation point, I'm going to spin around this central tube, this shaft, so to speak, that goes down the center. So let's just make our values a little easier and nicer to work with. We shouldn't call that we should call this food tube. I like that, food tube, or rejection tube. It's not the actual food tube. And I want the pivot point to be down here. To do that, we are going to go to Game Object, and let's go to, I need to make a parent. So create empty parent for that object. So this is going to be food tube pivot. And the tube is going to actually be under that. But the pivot point of this, I want to be different. So we are going to reset the values for this and grab the food tube and move this up and off. Now, if we look at the parent, that's right there, and hopefully that hole will be big enough. And if it's not, we'll figure out a way to fix that at some point. I'm going to move that down a little bit. So if we now rotate this food tube, we can move between these two sides like this. And what I would like to have happen is for this to roll down, collide with this, and then go down this area into the tube, the dispenser. So bink, there we go, it rolls down, and then now we just need the path it's going to take. So we need to figure all that out. So let's come over here and update our list because we want to feel good about the progress we make. That's the entire idea behind this. Get food pellets spawning. Yes, they are spawning. We're going to cross that out, create a channel or path for the pellets to move through. So that's the next part. I also, though, actually, before we do that, I want to be able to control that rotational value. So let's go here and say, undo this and say, turn that off, turn that on. There we go. Control rotating arm to allow food pellets further. Let's get that control in place. So we're using the newer Unity system. Oh, am I still working on the Five Nights at Freddy's game? Oh, so the one I'm working on right now is called Poop Shoot. Sorry, I missed the chat. I've got music going. So the one I'm working on right now is Poop Shoot. And I've just got a few things I need to get going. This is a game about rejecting food that comes in and then crapping it out. And if you fill the toilet up before you're done, you die. But yes, am I still working on the fan? Yes, I am. During the last stream, I renamed it. It's still FNAF, but I'm going to make it a real game. It's going to be my own. So it's actually called Boincy Slip House. And I had started getting that project back up and running and figuring out the layout for the main area, roughing it in. Still on the fence on whether or not I want it to be on the Oculus Quest, which I currently have charging behind me, because once I get this part done, I will be jumping back into that. And either, if I decide to go with the Quest, I will be setting up the quest to work with my computer today and getting a basic scene built out, or I will be sticking with the, further over there is the HTC Vive behind me. I don't know which one I want to go with yet. So Steam has a big sale today. What's Poop Shoot? Yeah, well, Poop Shoot is here. Let me show you a picture. That sounds horrible. This is the general premise of the game. So Poop Shoot is simply a game where there is constantly a stream of food coming in. You have to reject either the food coming from the left or the right, or maybe multiple directions. It's then to go get digested, and then you also have to emit the poop from the end of your rear into a toilet. You lose if the toilet gets full, or there are other premises, like you can get poisoned, food poisoning, or other things. There'll be distractions, like a bathroom, an outhouse where flies might stop you from being able to choose which food goes in. It might not be food that goes in, so you don't want something to distract you because you might eat, I don't know, like razor wire. But it's just a stupid, simple game, something fun to play with. And that's kind of what I'm doing right here, is just getting the basic project set up, some of the basic gameplay set up. Once that's done, I will jump into the Five Nights at Freddy's game, which is now called Boincy Slip House. I've rebranded it. Let's see, so if we go over here to my documents. So Boincy Slip House is the new game. These are the game design documents that I'm putting together for each of these. And well, in the last one we discussed more of it, but it's similar to what it was before, but I'm fleshing out the story. And what I'm working on right now is, well, what I will be working on is night number 1, where you're working in the comfort of your maintenance room, followed by night 2, where you're servicing a pinball machine, and then you have to try to survive. We'll see what happens. It might be a good mobile game. No idea. We're going to see what actually happens. Honestly, I'm trying to... And then there's another game, Generational Starship, which I had started creating last time, where you command a multi-generational starship, because in the future there's no such thing as faster than light travel. And so you sign up your entire family and your family's family and your family's family's family. And so it's sort of The Sims meets space travel meets... I don't know, survive. It's going to be a weird game. I'm not sure how it's going to go. Hope so. I hope it doesn't sound too bad. We'll see what happens. Those are words that usually mean things are going to fall apart, honestly. So where I was last was I was going to create a system for rotating this pivot left and right so that the food will be selected from one side to the other. Easiest way to do this right now, we could use a mouse. A keyboard might be easiest. Let's use the new Unity input system for this, though, and not the old one. So let's go to our package manager, and let's see, go to Unity registry, and we're going to download the Unity input system. There we are. Let's go ahead and do an install there. We might have to restart this project. Every time I load the input system package, things tend to go wrong, or at least some of the initialization parts go wrong, and I need to do a restart. Yes, so this project is using the new input system. If you want to do this automatically, we need to restart the project. So let's go ahead and restart that project really fast. While that's restarting, we can try to figure out how we're going to code the next part. So we're going to be using the Unity action map system to do this. And let's see, so how are we going to want to do this? So if you press a key, so we press the W key, what happens? The arm should rotate to face that direction. So rotate, pivot of the object to face the left side. Press, what's the other key? No, that's not W, we don't want W. We want the A key, press the D key to move the pivot to, not move, rotate the object about the pivot at a set speed. So we're going to need to have an angular speed and velocity. Unity lol, oh boy. Oh, a PlayStation 1. So by PS1, I assume you mean PlayStation 1 style graphics for that? As opposed to actually developing for the PlayStation 1, which would be an interesting feat. Do you want to make changes? Yes, let's save our changes to the simple scene. Go ahead and get that restarted really fast. And let's also bring up lucid chart in the background so we can start working on that. So let's log in. We're going to move that off the stream. And let's see. Let's start this generational Starship. There's Boincy Slip Funhouse. Let's create a new document. Gotcha. Cool. That sounds really awesome. Horror game called Lost. What's the premise of your game, if I may ask, if you want to discuss it? Let's see. Let's make a new blank document. We're going to call this Poop Shoot. And I just like using Lucid Chart to organize things, especially when I'm designing classes or other structures. So we're going to go to Shape Library, and let's grab the UML section. Right here. And let us create some classes. So, well, it's been a while, UML. Let's grab simple class diagrams for right now. So we have a food pellet, which is one of our classes. And we're going to have subclasses of food pellet. This will end up being the parent to everything. And of course, on top of that is mono behavior. Dude, that will be nice and actually take some time to set this stuff up properly. Food pellets, sir. You're going to come over here. And then there will be other types of food pellets. In the design document for Poop Shoot, I think I created a few already. So yes, so we have generic food. So this will probably end up being an abstract class. I believe we denote that with asterisks, but it's been a while since I've done UML. And we will do, what, penicillin? I think I'm spelling that wrong. Let's look up penicillin. So that'll be a type of food. What other things do we have? We have just generic, you know, whatever. It's not going to give you any stats or abilities. Let's do fiber, which is going to take longer to digest and slow things down. Maybe we'll give it more mass. We're going to have tainted food, which will hurt you. Pac-Man maze, where you have to collect glowing cubes facing different monsters in different maps. Oh, so it's similar to, I say similar to because I never want to offend anyone. But, oh, I'm looking in my games library right now on Steam. What's that monster one that's very popular with younger kids, especially? Oh, my two sons would kill me for not remembering what the hell this thing's called. There's a game that my sons love to play, and it's similar to that. It's called... Sorry while I try to look for it. Dark Deception. Have you heard of that? So the game Dark Deception. So this game has you in a maze, and you run around, and a different monster on every level comes at you and tries to find you. And it's been a relatively popular game so far, from what I've seen. Although they've kind of screwed up the multiplayer version of it. It kind of sucks, honestly. Let's see. Tainted food. We have fiber, penicillin, generic. These are all going to have different stats. So let's see if the project is restarted. It has. It's fetching the new stuff. I didn't like the I liked the first and the second parts of it. I did not like the latest one with the third one where they're invisible roller coaster people. One, I thought it was for the age range of the game, it was a little more sexual than it needed to be. But two, the fact that they were invisible just, to me, ruined the game. It didn't give me anything to work on in terms of knowing when they were showing up or when they weren't. I just remember dying a lot. Okay, so now we've got this object here. This is the pivot point right there. This is the one that's going to have it. So under scripts, let's right-click and go to C# script and call this food shoot controls. Let's go. We need to add the controller to this object, though. So we need to now go to food to pivot, add component, and I believe that's called player input is the object we're going to be using for this. So we need to create our actions. We're going to hit the create button and create a new folder now and call this input. And we'll put all of our input in here. So right now it's just called poop shoot input options. We'll leave that for now. That's fine. And let's see. So we've got our input folder And we're going to drag and drop this into our actions area. Under poop shoot, we are now going to select this and choose edit asset. We're going to choose autosave so I don't lose any of the work that I'm doing. They're going to have to tone down the graphics a little bit, I think, for mobile. They kind of push things. It seems like they threw all of the post-processing filters in the Unreal Engine on it. So that'll be interesting to see how it works for mobile. The game they came out with, Monsters and Madness, I think it's called, Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. I was not a big fan of that. It seems like they made it and then abandoned it, and it's not very fun. My kids and I tried to play it, and we never really got anywhere with it. But, you know, hopefully they're using the money that they have to do something interesting with those console ports. Let's see. We have user interface, which we don't need to worry about. Then we have player. We don't have movement per se, or fire, or look. So let's go ahead and delete these. We have a UI one. Honestly, we'll keep that for now. Move. I don't like the name of that. Let's delete it. Create a new one. And call this, what's the action? Move shoot, maybe. Sure. And now I have no bindings. This will be a button press. So it'll be a press and it will move, a press and it will move the other way. So under path, what do we want to listen to? We are going to be listening to the W key, right? So W keyboard. Keyboard control scheme is going to be keyboard and mouse. Interactions we do not need to worry about at this time. Yeah, my two sons actually love Monstrum. The only problem is I can never get them to cooperate long enough to play a real good game of it. So yeah, that's smart. If your game isn't terribly great, add someone else's game that's a lot better as content. So let's see, we're going to add so this is one binding, but I'm trying to think if I want this to be a composite binding instead, or if I just want it to be a different binding for each, because I want them to override each other. If you hold both down at the same time, it should delete it. So let's go ahead and delete that key. Go to Move Shoot, and let's see, add a 1D axis composite. We can do that. So the negative key on this is going to be our A key for the keyboard, and our positive key is going to be the D key on our keyboard. So both of those, we'll have both of these as being used in the keyboard and mouse part of that. So then we have our 1D axis. This should be fine, I think. Okay, so we can save this, close it, come over to the food tube pivot, and look at our behaviors, and create a script that's going to attach to this. So let's go into our scripts. We have our food shoot controls, which I'm going to say wrong at some point. We'll open that up, and I'm going to copy this nonsense here over here so I know what I'm doing. We are going to want a bool for is busy, or is rotating, is equal to false for the moment. This will prevent me from I will know that it has to move all the way from one axis to from one side to the other before it's going to allow anything else to work. So that will prevent that from happening. We're going to need, let's see. I think I have that game. Let me make sure. I know I bought it for my two sons. I think I bought it and we tried. Yes, I do have it. I'm looking at my Steam library right now. It was fun. It would have been more fun if my kids had enough of an attention span to actually play the game properly instead of running off or killing me or asking me to kill them. That's when it's not so fun to have a 6-year-old. Press A key. So this is going to get an event that's going to be sent through the messaging system in Unity. The messaging system is going to be on move shoot. So we'll do public, doesn't have to be public, but public void on move shoot. That's going to get to it a value, I think. It's an axis, so it has to get a value, and I believe that's a floating point value, so float value. And let's see. Float value. So we need to know the value is going to be -1 or +1. I don't think I normalized it either, or it's going to be 0. If value is less than, so first off, we need to see whether or not it's rotating. So if not is rotating, then we can do something. Otherwise, we don't care what you press. We're just going to return. We're going to get out of here. So if not is rotating, then, excuse me, we're going to take the value. If value is less than 0.0f, or negative, let's do negative 0.01. Hello. In the description, it says that levels are procedurally generated. I think it was for items, not levels. Yeah, creating procedurally generated levels that are balanced is incredibly difficult. So I highly doubt the levels were procedural, but location of items and so forth would be. Hello, Matteo. How are you doing? Just chatting a little bit as I try to make some progress on this really incredibly stupid game. I popped a rib out of place, so I couldn't go to work today, so I figured why not focus on actually development of some sort. And that's where we are at the moment. So if value is less than that, else if value is greater than 0.001, I'm doing this because we're dealing with floating point numbers and I want to make sure the range works right and I don't have like a weird axis problem, which I believe I can actually fix. Muck Buttock. Yo, hello. So, if value is less than -0.001 float. Oh, wow, Switzerland. That's quite the distance away from where I am. I am on the east coast of New Jersey in the United States. And it is 1:41 p.m. here. So if the value is less than this, we are going to force this to move. I'm sorry, a rib on my left side. I popped a rib out. No, I'm in incredible pain, but I am on ibuprofen at the moment, and I'm trying to focus to do something because laying on it hurts horribly. So I need to be up vertically and straight. It's just something that'll take time. I saw a chiropractor. They popped it back into place. I'll need to see it a couple times until it stays where it's supposed to, and then I'll be fine. A proper chiropractor, I know a lot of people think they're quacks or whatnot, but you know, they have a good purpose in certain circumstances, and in this particular one, he's really good at making sure ribs stay where they're supposed to be. So let's see. I'm trying to rotate this thing. So the rotation is going to be a coroutine. Let's do a coroutine. Why not? Let's do that again. So enumerator. And this is going to be at a set angle. We don't need to worry about what it is. What is this going to do? Rotate, shoot left, and then we'll do another one, rotate, shoot right, and we can see whether or not it's busy, rotate, shoot right. Or we could pass in a value so that we wouldn't have to actually have two different functions. It's entirely up to us. Let's just do a return for right now. Do just return null so it stops screaming at us for a second about there not being anything to work with. We also need to have a floating point value for the amount of time. So let's float, no, I don't want that. They are very good at fixing my back. They can also fix pelvises. So I had a problem where one side was higher than the other, and they were able to bring my other, angle my pelvic hip properly. So that helped a lot. Float, speed, rotational velocity, angular velocity, and how many degrees do we want to go through and how many seconds. So let's just say 15 degrees for the moment, 0.0f, and then we'll put a comment in here, and this should be degrees per second. Yes, I still got the whole day ahead of me at this point, so time zones are funny. and my day's just starting, really. Angular velocity. So we're going to rotate. We can do this a couple different ways. I'm trying to think how I want to do it. So it's going to apply it to this object. So when this occurs, when I decide to rotate the chute to the left or the right, we first need to make sure that we are busy. Is rotating is equal to true, so we're stuck in this coroutine for them. Is rotating is equal to true, and then we want to turn that off when we're done, so we'll do false. We'll do the same thing down here, false. Your English is absolutely fine. Do not worry about it. I would not know you didn't speak English until you said something like that natively. That is 1:45. Oh, so an hour ahead. Let's see. So is rotating equals true? Is rotating equals true? We're going to turn this thing. So we're going to need the transform of this object. So transform dot rotate. We could do rotate around, but because we have a sub pivot for this game object, we don't actually need one. So let's do a transform.rotate. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Do we want to store the rotation at the beginning, or do we just want to know what it is? So let's take a look at our object, and let's assume we kind of need to know what its current rotational value is in order to figure out where to go, right? Because we could, I guess we'll always start with the chute coming to the left-hand side. And its rotations right now are all 0. We're then going to rotate this to 180 degrees. So we're going to be bobbling back and forth between 0 and 180. So when we rotate to the left, we want to make sure that the rotation is in... I don't want these doubling up. That's the issue. So I want to rotate to something. Do rotate around, rotate local, set position, fine. I almost want to do a hard set on the rotation and create a quaternion. So can I do that instead? Let's make 2 quaternions and hard set these. Quaternion, left facing direction is going to be equal to a new quaternion. That's going to be an identity quaternion. Let's just do quaternion.identity. We're going to do another quaternion in right facing direction, and that is going to be different. That needs to be hard coded to be 180 degrees from this quaternion. I believe I can do a quaternion dot from Euler or to Euler, right? So here's the Euler direction. So returns a rotation that rotates z degrees around each one. We are going to rotate around what? So our axis right here, if we were to hit the W key and select the food tube, Y is going up. So we're rotating around the Y axis. So we're going to be putting in a Euler value for Y. So 0.0, some value here, X, then 0.0 for the other one. F that right there. And so we want this to be 180.0 degrees. F, does Euler take degrees? Yes, it does. So these are our 2 orientations. This is what we're going to be doing. Because we're using quaternions, I believe we can also use Slurp if we want to. We just need to know, we have an angular velocity. Instead of doing an angular velocity, we could instead do a time, right? So time to duration, rotation duration. That's what I'm going to call this, duration. And we will say that it's going to take 1 second for this to get there. So we'll make sure that that includes, that's going to take seconds. So rotation duration. Sadly, I never worked with Unity, only Unreal, but it's still interesting to watch. Oh, well, they're actually incredibly simple. I had started using Unreal a few months back. I thought I was going to get a new job and started learning how to do it. I built the engine. I compiled it myself. I did a bunch of initial work for it. And really, it seems like Unreal took a lot of what makes Unity good, or at least what made Unity good, and ran with it. The biggest drawback I hate about the Unreal Engine is how long it takes when you first set up a project to compile all the shaders. That honestly kills me. So rotation duration is 1 second. Rotate chute left. We now need to do a slurp, right? So quaternion dot slurp, and we're going to use how much time it's taking. So when we press one of these values on chute, if is not rotating, which means we're not busy, we need to check the action value, which we do there but we haven't queried the value. That's where I'm wrong. We do not get a floating point value for this. We get an input value, if I remember right. So input. So we need to make a couple changes. One, we need to use using Unityengine.input system, so we have access to the correct variables or classes, and we do input value. We need to query the input value here. So value dot. Let's see. Let's store. No, we don't need to store it away. We just need to access it. And I'm trying to remember how the hell I do that. I think it's just value dot get type float, and that's going to attempt to grab that from the input value because it could be anything. We'll do a float input value is equal to this. Yes, Unityengine will crash your PC if you're not careful. Unreal will do it. But Unity will crash your computer as well. I actually have a project right now. If I move the game view, the whole thing crashes. And it doesn't matter what computer I'm running it on. It could be the best computer in the world. In fact, this is not the best computer in the world, but it's got a dual 3090s in it. CPU is a little bit old. But honestly, I'm on the fence with moving to Unreal because I heard about Unity merging with that malware company. I'm really worried about the overall direction Unity is going to take in the future. So the fact that I can go on the GitHub repository, download the entire source code for the Unreal Engine and build it myself as well as the editor and then create content completely separate from Unity, from Unreal's control, is really nice. I don't have to be worried about what Unity becomes in the future. What am I trying to do in this Unity project? Not a problem. We'll throw this up really fast. So I have an agenda today that I'm trying to follow before I stop the stream. I have 3 different games I'm working on. First one is Poop Shoot. So this is just beginning this game. The hardest part of anything, right, in life is to start a project. So for me here, I am started the project, spawning food pellets. You're hearing this list and you're probably like, what the hell does this actually mean? So if we open up the design document for this game, this is roughly what's going on. We are creating food pellets that fall down through a slope. You rotate to reject or accept the food pellet. Food pellets that you reject fall off. Food pellets that you accept go into your digestive system, where they are then digested. Different food pellets will give you different good things or bad things. So at the beginning of the game, all you have to do is care about pooping out the pellet. So the idea is your life is sitting on a toilet. You have input and you have output, and you need to make sure you don't fill the output in the bottom up completely. That's how you lose the game. But there'll be optional things that can cause you to lose as well. It's a really stupid, silly game, but it's simple, easy, might be fun, and I kind of need that right now because the other 2 games that I'm currently designing are much more complicated. So I need a simple, stupid, silly game to balance out the Five Nights at Freddy's esque / Poppy Playtime / whatever. I assume by news you mean Unity merging with that supposed malware company. Not supposed, it does produce that. So yeah, I'm not very happy with that. It has me on the fence about things. I am considering other options, but right now I know Unity. I'm not going to throw away all my time and investment in learning this engine. Honestly, a merger like that, you're looking at maybe like a year or 2 down the line where it's going to really start to impact or affect you. Ha! Well, if you're building an engine, so am I. So I'm following along with this book right now. Let's see, what is it called? Hold on one second. Game Programming in C++, where you build an engine from the ground up. So thank you, Matteo. It's a stupid, stupid idea, but I need something stupid right now in my life. But this book is really good, and the way the engine works is very similar to the Unreal Engine. It has an actor class and components that attach to it, which is different from Unity, which has less of an actor class, and it relies much more on the component system itself. Let's see. Where was I? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Control rotating arm for the food pellets. If I get this rotating arm good while talking, we'll see what happens. So the values. I'm checking the value. I don't want to check the value. The value is not what I'm checking. I'm checking the input value and seeing what it works as. So the inputs are on both of these. Once this happens, we lock ourselves out by setting the bool to be true. And then we go into the rotate. And then rotate, we don't want to rotate. We're going to use quaternion.slurp because we're hard coding the directions that we're supposed to move in. And we're going to be using a left-facing direction and a right-facing direction. So quaternion.slurp is going to take in two values, the initial quaternion, which is wherever we're currently facing, and the second quaternion. We can get the initial quaternion by doing this.transform.rotation. Then we need the value we're moving towards. Come here. And then we need the value we're going to. And now we need a value between 0 and 1, which indicates how far we are through this transformation. We are going to do that by continually querying or waiting for a certain amount of time. I don't trust anything or anyone, honestly. I don't trust companies. As companies grow and become bigger and bigger and bigger, they have other agendas, other ideas of what they're supposed to be doing. What I like about the Unreal Engine is I can build and compile it myself, and there's a GitHub for it. You need to buy into the Unityengine, which kind of sucks. This is for, I will show you. This is for this object here and just being able to do this. So right now, earlier, I need to fix my compilation errors. Hold on a second. So let's put a semicolon on the end of there. Let's just put a 0.0 in as a temp value there. Close this off and hit rotate. Once it works, there we go. So the idea is that we're going to be putting it in so that as these pellets spawn, which you see here, you then control the pivot here, and then we'll guide the one you want to the tube. And then the type of food, so there will also be like I've only been working on this now for like an hour and I'm already getting highly distracted. But there will also be, like in Tetris, where you have a queue of food pellets coming in up here. So you will get to see what's coming and then make a decision. And some of these food pellets are going to be bad or good. So one thing I need to continually remind myself to do is update the, did I close it? No, this chart. So here is going to be the class structure for this. So mono behavior, of course, food pellet will inherit from that. And then each of these different food types, once we get this beginning part running, I'll create one for each. We'll see if they're inherited, or maybe we'll do a serialized object, something else, I'm not sure. We're going to make all these go up to there. Yes, that's it. So with that, then they're going to go down the chute, which is your digestive tract, which I need to figure out how we're going to have it move. And as it moves, then the food is going to be converted into hopefully something in your body based upon the type of food. But certain ones are going to have different properties. Like those rich in fiber will move more slowly, so it's going to stall. So you'll want to eat the fiber one to slow down how much is moving through your system, right? Before it gets out the other end. But I don't know yet. Let's get through this part, and then we'll start coming up with interesting game mechanics and how it will actually work. So what we need to do is figure out the slurp value. To do this, we are going to be taking in the amount of time that has passed for each of these increments, right? So we're going to do a current time. Let's do a float. Current time is equal to 0.0f. The duration while current time is going to be current time is less than the rotational duration, which is right here. Sad. My problem with game making is motivation. Sometimes I want to start a new project and then I make... Yes, that is my exact same problem too, which is why I am purposefully live streaming, because I cannot slack off when I have people watching me, or at least I could, but that's not how I operate. If I have even if no one's actually there, the fact that I'm uploading this somewhere and that someone could watch it is keeping me motivated towards this goal that I have, which is making something. And since I'm already basically pseudo chair ridden with my rib being screwed up, this is just going to make me work a little bit harder, I think. So we've got the current time. The current time is going to be, the value that's in here is going to be the current time divided by the rotational duration. That's going to give me a value between 0 and 1 in a perfect world. It doesn't always do that. So we're going to need to do a step afterwards, which is going to hard set the quaternion. So let's do a transform dot rotation is going to be equal to the final value for this, which is the left facing direction. That way, in case we screw something up and it gets a little bit off, we always going to lock that back there, because Slurp, I could get a value that's almost 1, but not quite. And it's going to be a little bit off. This will fix that for me. Yeah, motivation is the hardest thing to do, but that's why keeping stuff like this helps, I think. So taking the time, forcing yourself to make your design document, thinking it through in your spare time, even on your phone when you're not doing anything, that's helped me. It's also slowed me down. But then doing this helps out a lot too. Or trying to force it into a video or a lecture or something else, because I teach at a university during the normal time, during my normal hours. This is all ways to keep myself motivated. I also moved my entire setup into my basement, which keeps me away from all the chaos that's upstairs, as well as when my kids are home, them running around and so forth. And it gives me my own space to work, which I think is really important. Hey, no problem to leave. Thank you for joining us. Anyone can leave whenever they want to. I'm just coding and making something. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye. Or night, depending upon where you are in the world, right? Maddie, I think you said you were only like an hour ahead. Or were you from Switzerland? Sorry. Too many things going on at once. Okay, so we're doing the rotate, shoot left, rotate, shoot right thing. This code is going to be copy and pasted into the other one. But really, I should make this its own function and pass in the quaternion, but we'll get to that another time. It doesn't matter for today. So transform.rotation is this. This value is going to be this. We need to update current time now. So current time starts at 0. After we do the slurp, I don't know if I want to do it after or before, honestly. Let's do current time plus equals, because it's going to be the next frame. This is going to execute, get put on the stack of enumerate of coroutines, and then the next frame it's going to start. So for the player, I think we're going to do current time first. It's going to be equal to time.delta time, the amount of time that has transpired since the last one. Once current time, let's do less than or equal to, yeah, less than or equal to. Question 2 Unreal Engine Dead. Do you have to use the visual blueprint encoding or the C++ the same in Unreal as it is in? Well, first, no. You use C++ in Unreal unless you're using the blueprint system. But even then, if you want to create your own custom blueprints, you are using C++ to create blueprints for other people to use. So, no, the two languages are very different. No. To me, they're very different. So I know C, C++, C#, Java, Python, and I played with Lua. With C#, while there are pointers, you don't use them very often. There's also some differences slightly with the language, with some looping type mechanisms, references and how they're handled, memory, garbage collection, and so forth is handled to you much more like Java. So I always link C# and Java together, and then C++ is often its own world, really. But in terms of Unity, is there a system like the blueprint system? There is for shader development, the shader graph. I don't believe there's one for generating scripts like this, though. There probably is something you can purchase on a store. I'm just not sure about it. Let's see. So quaternion.slurp. We were doing the left one. This is going to rotate that. Let's just see what happens. This code is probably not correct yet. We can get rid of the return null at the end. Oh no, we still need that, don't we? What we need is a wait. So we need, after we have rotated this value, a yield return new. Actually, we could return null. It's the same thing as waiting to the next frame. The jump from C# to C++ isn't so bad. I would consider doing it if I were you. You are going to need to learn more about pointers, memory management, things like references and when things are copies become much more important. The language itself also can become a little bit more confusing because you have header files and CPP files, and there's a separation between the two. But if you know C#, you're really in the right direction to jump into C++, and I would totally recommend doing it. So here's the game engine from the game programming C++ book that I've been working on as well. Just to give you an idea, the language is similar, but not quite the same. So, so here, a class, you have classes in C#, right? Just like that. But you'll notice public is a colon at the beginning, and anything falling under that is public. So you don't declare each one. In addition, there are multiple versions of C++, just like C#. You're going to want to learn a C++ 11 or 14. There's also a C++ 17. If you learn like 11 or 14, you'll get most of everything, and it actually feels a lot more like C# because they have for each loops. They look a little bit different, but they're pretty much similar. But your class structures, you have classes. C++ features object-oriented programming, but it does not have to be object-oriented programming. That's a big difference between C++ and C# right there. You don't have to program in an object-oriented fashion with C++. But for the most part, it's going to look very similar. The functions are going to look the same. You have a return type, the function itself, the parameter list on the side. It's just with C++, there's a lot more setup. There's a lot more fine-tuning and control, as I'd like to call it. Things aren't just made to work perfectly for you, I guess is the right way to put that. Anyway, never going to get this done if I don't keep moving forward. So here we do a yield return null, which will wait to the next increment. The devil is in the details. It's not going to be hard until you start running into linking or compiling errors, right? You don't have to deal with any of that in the C# world, but in the C++ world, you do. There's an entry point, which is different as well with C++, but you're not going to deal with that if you're doing Unreal. So for instance, if we go to the it's not hard. You should totally try it. Give it a go is what I'm going to tell you. But just, you're going to get frustrated in a few parts. You're not going to know why it's not working the way it is. But I think learning C++ will just make you a better C# programmer as well, because you'll kind of understand more about what's really going on behind the scenes. So like, here's our int main game loop, right? Creating an instance of the class game. And this becomes the loop for the entire game, much like this is very similar to any game loop in any engine, really, is if we're successful on initialization, run the game loop and move on. I always have time for people. It's my job. So I am I'm not a faculty member. Technically I'm management, but I'm the director of a virtual reality center at a university in New Jersey. So all I do all day long is to show people stuff. You know, I've been doing this for now 20 years, playing around with stuff. So I don't always have time, but if you jump on the stream like this and, you know, engage me, I'm going to give you whatever knowledge I can. I might not be able to give you everything, but at least something. So thank you for subscribing too. That's always nice to see a number there, so I know what I'm doing actually matters for a change, right? Yes, this is Visual Studio that we're working in right here. So let's see. Visual Studio 2019, specifically the version number. So we're also working in Visual Studio, but using it with the Unityengine to create the content you're seeing so far. If you jumped in while I was explaining that, I was showing an example of using C++ and the SDL, I forget what SDL stands for, Software Developer Library, or I can't remember. The library to create your own game engine. That's not actually what this stream is about. I'm supposed to be working on this game. I keep getting sidetracked. So we're going to take this IE enumeration and paste it over here for the right and the left rotation angle. So quaternion.slurp, here we're going to be using the right facing direction instead of the left facing direction. Yeah, so we're jumping around as questions are asked. I use that as an excuse to stop working and jump to something else. So specifically, we have a task list today. I am working on a game called Poop Shoot. I just started the project earlier today. In maybe an hour or so, if I get past, I want to at least get to here before I jump to 2 of the other games that I'm currently working on. One, Boincy Slip House, whether it's Oculus, I'm not sure yet, or Index, and then Generational Starship, which in my last stream I was working on for about 3 hours. And that's a space type game. So what we're going to have to do here is now call the proper coroutine. So the coroutine is going to fire when our input value is either negative or positive. So we can do a start coroutine right here. And remember, coroutines are not parallel. They are serially processed. So you add them to a stack, and it's like having your own mini queue of things that Unity keeps track of. So you cannot... They're not magic, is what I'm trying to say. So let's do a start coroutine. We're going to start the rotate shoot left coroutine. We're going to call it as a string value because we're not passing in any parameters. So there we are. So this is the, it's not a, we pass a string in, but that's the name of the function we're trying to call. And we're going to do that for the rotate shoot right as well. So here we are. Let's go back into the game world now and see what happens. This will not work. I guarantee it. Nothing works the first time. Let's go ahead and hit the play button. And let's see if I hit, so right, oh, okay, that's interesting. So we had an instantaneous jump from one side to the other. And we had another one. So I need to check things like the amount of time that's transpiring. So here, while current time is less than or equal to rotational duration, current time gets added. So what is my rotational duration? Yes, this one is the Poop Shoot game. Still working on that. Kudos for you, brushing your teeth. Keeps the dentist away and no one likes cavities. So the rotational duration is currently set to 1 second. So so I've got a couple problems. The first one I want to see is if my current time divided by my rotational duration is not giving me a good value. Easiest way to do that is to do a debug.log, and let's just push out to the log what our, let's just store this as a separate value so I don't have to do multiple lines. Let's do a float normalized time. Float norm is going to be equal to this value here. Take this one, paste that there. Now we're going to push that out. One thing I haven't done is I haven't checked to see which orientation the object it is, because I do not want you to get stuck in the rotating loop when you're off on the wrong thing. So we're going to fix that really fast. So let's just do a bool is facing left is equal to true to start with right now. We'll come up with a more sophisticated mechanism for this in the future. Right now, let's just get it done. Why are you giving me problems? The field is assigned, but its value is never used. Why is it never used? Rotational duration is used right here. Rotation duration, paste, paste. It is being used. All right, we're going to chalk that up to this being stupid. We're going to get rid of, let's see. That's all fine. We want rotational direction is facing left is equal to true to start with. Inside of the move action that gets called, or message that gets called, we're going to then check to see which way we're facing, right? So if the input value is less than this, it means we wanted to move in that direction, right? And, whoops, and is facing left is not true, then we're going to do this one. Else if, this is technically not the right way to program this. We're going to change this up slightly. I'm just going to use an if loop so we don't have to deal with the logic of this. Do an this and then say if input is greater than this and we are facing the left position, then we are allowed to rotate to the right. That should keep us from doing a double rotation and getting locked out. So why are you still giving me problems with this rotational duration thing? Show potential fixes. Yes. Add read only. Add accessibility modifier. No, I don't want any of this. What happens if we do this to you? We get rid of you and we force it to find you again. Why are you being such a pain in the ass? Well, whatever. We're going to come back over here, let it compile. And we have all compile errors need to be fixed. Where's my log? Let's go to Window and General, and we want the console. Let's put that down here. I don't know why I have an animation tab open. Let's close out of that. So here we go. Semicolon is expected. We'll put a semicolon on the end of that right there. Come back here. And hit run. Okay. So we're going to be pushing out. We strongly encourage you to update the Unity package manager for Visual Studio integration. We are not doing that on a stream. Sorry, we're going to have to wait. So this is not getting called at all because I haven't pressed a button. So let's wait. We're going to have it rotate to the right first. So right, we'll see it jumps, but it doesn't do it correctly. So now let's do left. This is interesting. So we're stuck. So we're going to need to dive into this a little bit further. We could use the debugger, but because it's in real time, I don't want to do that. So let's grab this here, grab the whole thing, paste this in here, change our rotations to right and left facing. This is a good reason why I shouldn't be doing it this way. So we have a yield return null, which we'll wait. We'll come back up here. Duration gets added. This happens. We do a quaternion.slurp. Oh, can anyone tell me why I'm such a moron? Please. We don't set it equal to anything. Once again, I'm getting distracted. So transform dot rotation is going to be equal to quaternion slurp. And this can be in world space. We do not need to worry about it. Save that, because why? Why did it work? Because when we got to the end of it, this happened and it popped it to the other way. I'm also going to decrease the amount of time this takes to something like 0.75 because that feels really slow. Let's go back over here and hit run. Okay, so here we are. Just going to wait for something to fall. Oh, look at that. Now it didn't, the right key did not work. So we went up, see, this is where I was saying we need to be careful because we went all the way up to a value of 1.00402, which would have caused the thing to be slightly off. So let's see if I can. So I have my logic wrong, and the logic is wrong right here. So here, input value is going to be less than 1 because I want to go this way. That's how we set up the action system. And we're saying if we are not facing left, then I can rotate to the left. If the value is positive and I am facing left, but what am I not doing? I'm not changing the Boolean value, right? So I need to do that after we finish. So under this, when it's all finished, we can do a is facing left equals true. Then down here, we need an is facing left equal to false because it's now facing the right side. If we do that, we should now have the chute moving left and right. So let's press play and let's wait for something to spawn and we'll swap to the other side. Yes. Now there is a little bit of a delay and I'm wondering why the delay is taking so long. There's a noticeable delay between key presses and it actually doing something. And I think that's because the rotation doesn't feel linear. I think that's the problem. So let's see if we can, instead of using slurp, we could use something else. So this should just be a standard lerp as well. It doesn't feel right and it's slow. So I'm trying to also make sure that we get out of this, the rotation is done. We come here, we come down to this location. The rotating should have already finished. And then this stuff should happen. No, it shouldn't be a problem there. The only thing I can think of is also, let's see. We can get to it later. What's important here is that the basic mechanics are getting put in place. Yep. Okay, that one is not rejected. This one goes down. This one is good. Okay. So let's put a floor in so that we destroy the food particles as they're generated, because right now they just get created forever. So we're going to come over here, and we now control the arm. Movement's not perfect. We understand that. It's about moving forward, though. So let's hit enter. And what I want to do is create a boundary floor that destroys food pellets. Okay. Move this off the side. We're also going to need a toilet. So let's create a toilet too, so that these things will fall into it. We're going to skip the intestinal part because I've got to think about how that's going to work. So let's create a toilet. This is such a horrible game. A toilet, and we'll do that too. So let's go to game object. We're just going to prototype the stuff in Unity. I plan on possibly doing 3D modeling later. We'll see what happens. I'm going to reset the location, move this down, scale this in, scale it up, and let's give this, see if this is this falls here. So let's make that a -5. Let's make that a negative, we'll do -5 units over. We'll do this one to be 5 units over. We're going to lengthen this a bit so it's easier to work with, like right there. And then this will be the toilet. This is the dumbest game ever. Let's make this one a -2.8. Our Y value should be fine-ish. This one is going to be a +2.8. And now we just need a bottom. So let's duplicate that, rotate it, hold down the J key to snap. Move this down here, zero out this value there, and just put a bottom in there, something like that. That should just be fine. And actually, I'd like to scale this so it's better. So what's our scale going to be? That's a 6 probably. And that should probably be a 0.5-ish, somewhere there. Yay! Now we've got a horrible toilet. Now we need the floor. So let's grab these game objects and put them under a common parent to organize things and call this toilet for now. Actually, in the Five Nights at Freddy's game, I made a toilet. So maybe I can take that, cut it in half, and bring it right in. You know what? Let's go ahead and load up Maya. I'm going to see if I can grab a toilet asset really fast and bring it in. Just so it looks somewhat better than this crap. And now we need a floor. Let's go to game object. We'll just duplicate this one here. Move it below this one. Move it out of the toilet. Call this floor. Move that right there. And really, I should call this environment. So let's put this and floor together. Grab both, go to game object, and create a new parent-child. And call this environment. The dumbest game ever. Not entirely true. We got Rage. Cyberpunk 2077 was a game that, in theory, I was really excited about. And I think a lot of us were. And turned into crap. Yes. Unfortunately. Because it's going to take too long for us to create a proper toilet. So, I mean, we could make it more toilet-like if we want to do this, but then we put sidewalls. And honestly, what I plan on doing is, fine, we want a better-looking toilet. Let's go to one of my other projects that I was working on. Let's go to Five Nights at Freddy's, find my FBXs, and see if I can find the, do I have a toilet that I 3D modeled already? So, A Night at Georgie's, Assets, and Scene Setting. There should be a Models folder or a Level folder. Level... bathroom, and oh no, do we not have an FBX file? Let's go to new file, import. Oh, hello, Anthony. Yes, I'm sorry. We are working on the poop shoot game at the moment, but I'm getting criticized because of the geometry of my toilet. So I was seeing if I could jump really fast into the Five Nights at Freddy's project and pull out a toilet asset that looks a little bit better. The problem with doing this, though, is we're going to have to create a custom collider for it. So it's all it is for appearances at the moment. So we're going to go back under scenes. It looks like I can actually import an MLT file into my project, which is actually pretty awesome. I thought I had lost all of my work, but I might not have. So there's Foxy. There's the bathroom. So here's bathroom textured. Let's open that up. And error reading file. Of course. Let's see. Dear Maya, what is going? File created by Maya LT cannot be opened by Maya. Boo-hoo. Even though I paid the money for it, I can't use it. That's annoying, is what that is. So let's go to import. We're going to go directly into the project. Well, there will be a level with a hole in the ground. That's the outhouse. where you're going to have flies buzzing around you and it's going to keep you from getting things done. We'll get there. We'll get there, believe me. Or we won't. This game might never come to be. We'll go to assets. Of course I have Roblox Studio. I tried to make Roblox Studio games at one point. Hold on. Now you're really sidetracking me here. Let's go to roblox.com. I didn't like the engine. Blender for the win. Yes. In theory, yes. Oh, I need two-step verification for logging into Roblox because it's been so long. I know, but remember, the reason why I don't use Blender is because I'm slow and I'm much faster in Maya. So, and right now it's all about speed and making something and keeping myself motivated. So let's see. Yeah, so here we go. I even made a really crappy level at one point. I got a Roblox Studio crown for my, you know, what is it, gold? Oh, I got a bombastic crown of O's. What is this? This crown is awarded to developers whose game has 1,000 plus MAU. I don't know what that is. Something like that. No, C# is incredibly fast. It's not has anything to do with that. And whenever you ask why is a game slow, you need to look at is the game being designed using the engine properly, and is it being optimized correctly? And I would say no, it's not. But there is bloat with Unity, and there's bloat with Unreal. It's any engine you use that you don't custom fine-tune is going to have extra superfluous elements that are just going to increase its size. What is this one? Oh yeah, I don't know what an MAU is. I hate the Roblox engine. That's the problem. I hate Roblox Studio. My kids, both my sons, he's 7 and my older son is 9. They make games all day in Roblox Studio. And it's really good when you're not already tainted by existing game engines is what I'd like to call it. No, but I made a really crappy game. I made him a game in 1 week for his birthday. Where the hell is it? Is it even still? Happy Birthday Party Supreme. This horrible game. And this was me learning Roblox, learning how to import assets. I created, he loved Portal, so I made the Portal cake for him. He loved the Demogorgon, so I made a Demogorgon 3D model and imported it into Roblox. Why are you on Roblox? Because someone asked me, why do I have Roblox Studio? And I said, because I played around with developing Roblox, and I was just showing this horribly crappy game that I had made on Roblox a year ago. That's why. Once again, you have to look at the developers behind the game, because there are ways of optimizing your game so it's not slow. I've created some pretty sophisticated stuff that works on hardware from over 12 years ago that runs just fine. Let me get out of Roblox. I'm sorry. Yes. Looks like a massive downgrade. Roblox Studio to me is a massive downgrade. But it's popular. And it has an audience, and that's something that you can't get easily, right? I threw that stupid Happy Birthday Party Supreme up, and I got 500 Robux, that I don't do anything with, just for people jumping into it. Can you do that with Unity? Well, if you marketplace and you put advertisements, but you still got to distribute your game, get it on a mobile platform, that whole element is stuff people don't really consider. I am supposed to be opening a toilet up, and I'm getting on conversations about completely different things. So we are looking for a toilet. So we need the bathroom. That's the kitchen. Where is the bathroom? Debug. Let's go up and can I search? So we have Foxy, models, kitchen, repair room, scene script settings, textures test, Foxy, FBX, animatronics, building 01.fbm, floor plan, main menu. No. All right, let's do a Poop Shoot could probably be easily created on Roblox. Yes. Honestly, I hate the Lua language. I really hate Lua. And it reminds me of Python, and I didn't love Python either. Python is really great in some ways, and I hate it in others. So we're going to go to the actual A Night at Georgie's game, assets, and let's look up bathroom. But what's your dream game? So that would be my question is you want to make your dream game, but what is that? Exactly. And that's part of the thing, right? Is you have to have enough games. If you do make one game and it doesn't pan out, and even though it's your dream game, is that enough for you? Or did you expect, favor? Did you expect money? Did you expect anything to come out of it? Two very different things. Python sucks. Lua is good as a scripting language. So that's why Lua was created, so that you could have a language that sits on top of C++, that a person who doesn't know how to code in C++ would still be able to generate and create content. I mean, Lua was used for what? For World of Warcraft. Lua is used in Gary's mod in order to create any kind of mods for that. So there's... I never like saying X, Y, or Z sucks, because there's always a reason why it is the way it is, and it has been used and created and designed. And the minute you start telling yourself, the minute you start using it for its unintended purposes is when things suck. So there's Bathroom FBX. It's under Assets and Level. So let's go to Assets and Level and Bathroom. That's not what I want. We need bathroom.fbx. We'll see if this breaks everything. Yep, exactly. So it has its purposes and it's great in those situations. But if you're trying to do other things with it, it does suck horribly. This is not the bathroom. This is the entrance to the bathroom. File, let's do file, new scene, don't save, file, import. So bathroom, hallway, kitchen, party room, security room, study, supply closet. I never got into modding it. My kids love playing it, but the problem is they've downloaded like several gigabytes. So whenever I try to play it with them, I have to wait 30 minutes for everything to load up. Men's room is what we want. So there we go. I don't think I made the women's restroom. I made the men's restroom. So here, if we hit F, we can find the bathroom. And let's go in here. And there's our sinks. So here's a toilet. There you go. Control H, grab the toilet. There we go. You want to we'll put a toilet in poop chute. Make it look a little bit better, right? So here we go. Let's, actually we do have both bathrooms. So let's grab one of these toilets. Let's grab female toilet 0. Grab these, delete them, grab the toilet, simplify it because we have multiple game objects. Oh yeah, Gmod. What are you trying to do right now? I am going to put a toilet in here because I was given crap for having a toilet that doesn't look like a toilet. So I'm jumping into my other game that I was working on, which I had already 3D modeled a toilet for. And we are just going to take these assets, we're going to slice this thing right in half and make a toilet. Because I envision you see the game, I don't know, do you think we should do it this way and I should slice it this way? We could do that. So the easiest way to do that would be to come here, grab the faces, delete these faces here, grab these ones, delete this as well. Now we have a cutaway of our toilet. All we need to do now is fill in this section if we want to. And then we all even have a little trough area right there. We are going to simplify this really fast because you are right. There's no reason to have all these extra bevels. How would I simplify this stuff? Easy. I take it in a Substance Painter, make a low poly version. Or you know what? Screw it. Here, let's do this. We'll grab this part here, right click edge, grab this one, fill hole, got you. So this is why I like Maya. It has nothing to do with Unity. Unity's great. I'm just much faster. I know all the tools and the keyboard stuff to make it work. So we can grab this one, and then we'll do a bridge between the two. Now we've got that filled out. We do have some issues right here with these polys. I missed them. So let's grab this one, delete them. Come over here and grab this, and we just need to get rid of a few of these extra edges. So maybe this one that loops all the way around to the backside. So if we double click that, it'll do a full loop. Delete that one there, and let's grab this, and do a fill hole right there. That did not do a good job. Let's do a bridge across those. This one goes there, this one here. Hit G key to bridge. Right click, grab this, do a fill hole. To do a fill hole properly, we need to do a multi-cut right there. I need to look at the chat because I'm completely... Don't sidetrack him during the sidetrack conception. Yes, I'm very sidetrackable at the moment. We could totally go down the toilet. The toilet looks like an H from that. It does look like an H from the alphabet, but once again, we were in basic prototyping mode, not actually creating something mode. But... you know what? I haven't done 3D modeling in a while, so because we've hired 3D modelers at work, so I don't get to do enough of this anymore. So why don't we just do a few minutes of this and do this and fill hole, G. I'm just trying to get it close enough so that the automatic fill hole stuff inside of Maya will do a good job. It's very easy for these things to break. So look at all, like, why you're never going to look under a toilet. Why do we have all these edges? What was I thinking of a year ago? Let's delete all of those. Let's just go here to here and do another fill hole. And then now let's just start making some cuts. So we'll do a multi-cut from here over to here. That should be good enough. Oh, we should probably do a multi-cut from here up to there. Enter. And then we need to do a fill hole on the other side. Right click and fill hole and multi-cut from you, sir. Please come to me. There we go. And let's go down to here. Then from you back over to there. And that is a little gross, especially this poly right here, but it's good enough. To Chinese alphabet, sorry. Let's see. Okay, so we have almost a toilet that's ready to go in. So all we need to do now is connect these two sides here. We'll do a bridge between those. Let us get rid of a few of these extra polys that we just really don't need. So we'll delete those edge loops there, and there, and this one here. And then, you know what, we can get rid of those ones as well. Much more simple. We can grab the whole thing. We'll do a fill hole. We're going to leave the bottom open. I don't see a reason to keep that. This screw is not necessary. There's a lot of extra polys here, but who cares? Let's see what it looks like. And let us go to mesh display, unlock normals, mesh, soften the normals on the toilet. So we have a nice soft toilet. That's a little hard still. So let's go back to smooth, sharpen, hit this, do 45-degree angle, apply, and not great. So why don't we go ahead, grab this edge and this edge, and we will do a soft edge on those two. Double click both, much softer, much nicer already. This toilet seat is good enough. This toilet thing is good enough. I think we're good to go. Do we have, I don't want to unwrap this. Stop moving from Unity or whatever engine you have to Roblox. Let's see. We're going to grab everything. The handle needs to be a separate game object. It needs to have a good pivot. Its Z direction is wrong. The top, the lid can be combined. The bottom, the toilet seat can be combined. We're going to combine everything together. And this one right here. Edit, delete all by type, history. We're going to go into this and call it toilet temp for now. Why are you giving me crap? Edit, delete all by type, history. Let's rename you to just toilet. There we are. Toilet handle, and then just toilet body. Right click. And let's export this out. Scratch from Unity to Roblox to Unity once again. I've never done Scratch. I started with C++ as my first language ever. I sat in a bathtub in high school and read a book this thick and tried to keep it from falling in as I did it. So let's see, we need the pivot point for this object to be the center of the world grid. So we'll go to grid right here. This is all fine, but where is my grid? My grid is way over there. My transforms are jacked. We need to grab the toilet and move it over here. Nope. We need to grab you. And the body needs to be within the group of the toilet. We are going to move it to the main area right here, and the units in this scene are really bad. So this is supposed to be metric. By default, it's going to be set to not metric, centimeters instead. So we'll have to fix that. But we're going to place this pivot in the center part of the world. Let's go ahead and go to Window, Preferences, and Settings, and go to Meters so that when we bring this into Unity, we don't have conflicting units. Now that I've done that, we can snap that to the center point, but you'll notice I have bad transform offsets. I did not use C++ from dummies. It was a blue book from like 1998, 1996 maybe. Oh, Scratch is wonderful for kids, especially. I have no problem with it when used in that setting. It's just, it explains the concept of variables. It gets a lot of the stuff that I honestly hate teaching students out of the way. Oh, you know what? Our toilet is backwards. Let's rotate our toilet 90 degrees. So we're going to hold down the J key, rotate this 180, go to Modify, Freeze Transforms. We're going to freeze all the transforms of the object. The problem is, oh, that's fine too. So no issues there. The problem is that this object's transforms are now way over here, which is not good. I will never put down anything that helps kids learn to program better. Because honestly, jumping into C++ and then like taking a year to learn enough to figure out how to do anything sucks so bad. The scaling of this is completely off, but who cares? We're going to triangulate. We're going to turn on tangents binormals in case we export this out into Substance Painter if we want a quick thing. We're also going to do split vertex normals in order to make sure that the normals for each vertex don't get smoothed over. We're going to come over here. We're going to go into desktop. We're going to find this stupid project, which is called Poop Shoot. Where's Poop Shoot? Poop Shoot. Let's create a new folder. Call this FBX for exports. I'm going to put this in here. Let's just call this toilet temp. Directory was not found. That's fine. Choose this directory. Enter a file name. Export selection. We are selecting the toilet. I'm going to hit export. Export successful. Yay. Now we're going to bring it into our project. Right click, show in Explorer. Desktop, Poop Shoot, FBX. Grab the FBX. No, I do not export FBXs directly into my project. I like to keep them separate because there's a whole pipeline. Things do not go into Unity until they are ready to be worked with. New model, but this is a temporary one, so we'll work with that. Models, right click, paste the FBX file in here, come back over here. Whatever gets you to learn more, muck buttock. Yeah, you can always jump in there, get your feet wet again, and then jump back into C# when you're ready. Okay. Yes and no. The only reason why I think everyone who does computer programming should know at least 2 languages is because you gain a real respect for what's going on the low end. If you learn Java, you do not have a respect for memory allocation like you do for someone who's writing C applications. But at the same time, you don't gain a respect for the high level thinking if you learn Python that someone would use when they're doing artificial intelligence or machine learning. They have a different way of approaching the problem, and knowing every step along the path, I think, makes you not a better programmer, but a better designer, because you know the use case, you know why the language is used, who's going to use it, and you can make things that better serve that person, which is something I find doesn't get addressed enough. Okay, so we've got a crappy toilet. Now we're going to have a better toilet. So here we go. So finally, there's our tinny tiny toilet. We're going to move that down to here. And let's scale it up, although our scale might be bad. So we're going from centimeters, which we do not need to do. So there's meters. Meters is obviously way too large, so maybe we were better off with cm afterwards. So we're going to go back to centimeters, check out our temporary toilet, and just scale that up for now. So, and I think it's rotated backwards. So let's do this. Yay. Okay, so now we have a proper toilet. We'll move that up to like right there. Now, I don't have a collider on this toilet, and there's also an issue because it's a concave surface, right? So what we are going to do is use these still, but they are going to become our colliders in this object. So let's take this toilet and create a material for this. So create new material. Let's just call this toilet and attach this to the toilet. We're going to come over and make this we'll do it transparent. And I'm going to set the alpha channel lower so I can see through the darn thing. The H will be invisible in a moment. Do not worry. The H will be gone, but I'm still going to use it. It's just going to be invisible. I need something for collision detection, and I don't feel like spending a lot of time in Maya creating a proper system for this, or custom object. So I do want to get on to the next thing, because if we get into the Five Nights at Freddy's version of game that I was working on, I wanted to try to either get the quest running or the Vive index with it. So this isn't, I mean, this is the collider, so what does it matter? We're just going to do something like this. Let's duplicate this, and maybe something like this, and just move that over there. And that should be good enough. So we grab all these, toilet, collider, thank you. Oh my God. And what we're going to do is turn off the mesh renderer for those for now. So let's grab each of these. We should probably rename this TC_1, Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, and it did not auto update the name, which kind of sucks, but let's just, so 1, F2, 2, 3. This is the fun part, 4. And grabbing each of these, let's turn off the mesh renderer. Yay, invisible. And we might as well take the toilet and move it under the environment as well. So you started making this game because you finally had a poop in years. I don't remember what caused me to remember this game. I think I was talking to someone about bidets and the idea, or I was coming up, I think I was saying you could make anything into a game. And then I talked about toilet and pooping. And then all of a sudden it became a game and it became puzzle-like and it became somewhat interesting. So our game view is trash right now. So here is the game view. Our toilet is much larger. So we're going to need to, let's get out of 2D mode. Move this back. Let's also set this to be orthographic. And we'll change our extents. We don't need this to go so far into the background, and our near clip plane can be made earlier or closer. So what we need to do now is change our projection. And we're going to move that to like right there. There we are. So now we have a toilet. Raid Shadow Legends. Oh God. So now I hope you're happy. We have a proper toilet in this situation. Everything is white, unfortunately, so it's hard to differentiate stuff. But if we hit run now and we go over to the game view, and there we go. Look, those are falling off. These are filling up. This is such a stupid game. These are filling up the toilet. Yay. And we can direct whichever one we want into the toilet. Now what we're missing, oh my God. I have a PhD and I'm making a game with poop shooting out. Oh, there's another sizzle reel for red matter. That's good to know. Oh, I need a end case for this game. You fill the toilet up, you die. Or it overflows, you die. So that's something we need to consider. First, okay, let's open up the agenda for the day so I don't get too off. Thank you, Project Z10. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it always whenever anyone comes in and chats. Who knows if this game is ever going to get done? But we've got a toilet, so yay. Oh. Which idea are you referring to? Sorry, there's about a 30-second delay in the stream currently. It's not set to have low latency in order to make sure the quality is higher than usual. I'm doing that. So we have a toilet. We did this out of order. Create a boundary on the floor. Yes, we're going to do that. Then I want to take a look at it. Yes, we had a turd overflow. Let's do just call floor for now. I do kind of want to see what this is going to look like if we put some basic particle stuff in there where just poop goes everywhere. Oh, should we do that? I will do that at some point, not today. Poop idea. I think what caught the idea was that it was silly, stupid, fun, ridiculous. I think if I talked to like a 5-year-old kid about this, they would think it's hilarious. It would also appeal to streamers, right, on YouTube, because you're playing a game about poop and it overflowing. Like, you could get so much content out of that. So the idea was that the idea itself would propel it to self-advertise, because that's always a problem too. I'm looking at my camera. I'm noticing there are cobwebs all over it. That's not good. So floor destruction. What hits the floor and how do we know it hits and what is the type? We could do this 2 different ways. We could check by type. So we could grab the component, see if the component is attached to it, and then destroy it. For right now, we're going to use the tag system instead. So let's go to the prefab of a food pellet. So food pellet is right there. Open the prefab, go to tags, add a tag, and we're going to add a food pellet tag to it. Hit save. Go back to the food pellet, go to tags, use food pellet. Poop content. We could have expansion poop content too, right? So I had stupid ideas for this game. So what is it? So the normal bathroom, the outhouse, a broken bidet. The idea being that it would squirt your butt periodically and cause you to freak out. And what I also wanted was that you would control your butt on the seat, so you would be able to move it to the left or to move it to the right in case these pieces of poop started to stack up. Because right now they're spheres, but I imagine as they go through your digestive tract, they would start to combine into a larger object and then act as one solid object that goes in. So it'll almost be like a poop Tetris at that point, in a way. And so you can see that just talking about it, the ideas come from it. It just more and more ideas. So that's why I'm deciding to make it. It's also easy to create a concept for this. I don't have to jump into anything else to get it done. So we have the food spawner. We need the poop, the floor. So under the environments, we have a floor. This is going to need a floor script attached to it. Otherwise, I'm going to screw it all up. Let's open up the floor object. We're going to do an on collision enter. So on, we don't need a collision. We can actually do a on, we'll do on collision. Collision enter. In here, we are going to check. So we would do a collision dot compare, what do we need to do? Dot collider dot compare tag, and we're going to do a food pellet. And we're going to do an if check on this. So if this is a food pellet that has fallen. Yes. Yes, exactly. We could have so much fun with the water splashing you, or the water becoming tainted if the poop is in there for too long and then slowly turning into a dark color. There's a lot. Honestly, most of these ideas will need to be play tested and see if they're even fun, because you could just come up with them all day long. So if collision.collider.compare tag is food pellet, then we are going to destroy the object after a little bit of time, because we want it to hit and maybe roll away and then degrade. So let's just do a destroy. Let's see, I believe there's a destroy with a, yes, a time to destruction. So here we're going to pass in the object. That's going to be collision.gameObject. And the amount of time it's going to take is, let's say, let's do a serialized field, float time to destroy, or delay, destruction delay, destroy delay, or delay to destroy. Why not that? And we'll make this a, let's give it 3.0 second, 3 seconds. I feel any longer than that and it's not a good idea. Yeah, we'll make it shorter for right now because we're testing. 2 seconds. Okay, so with this should destroy that object there. Later on, we'll add, have the object splat and fade out and then destroyed. Okay. All right, so here's our toilet. I do want to change a few things. Let's create a new material and call this, what did I call this? Tube. And we're just going to change the color to something that I can see easier. So we'll add tube to, why can't I, oh, game view, that's why. Tube to you, that way I can see that. And let's just do a material and call this floor. Grab the floor, throw it on there, grab you, and what color am I going for? Brown. The floor is brown. Although the poop is brown probably, right? So maybe we should make the floor, water's going to be a nice color as well. Maybe just a gray color. Let's give it something different, like a darker gray color. And put that there. And let's grab the game view, put that down there. Put the console somewhere that's better, right there. And now we have a toy. Oh, we got to make the poop. Let's create another material and call this food pellet. And this is where we're going to use brown. There, and we need the prefab of the food pellet. Open the prefab. Go to models, food pellet. That's a shiny turd right there. Let's open that up and change it. So we don't want it to be reflective. We're going to check, smoothness will be 0 for this object. There we go. We now officially have poop. This is so dumb. Game view up here. Hit run. Boop. I want to see if it... Oh, it was destroyed before it rolled off. So that's good. Oh. That one. So they shouldn't be poop when they first come in. But you get the idea. And so what I also want, though, is this is going to go through a pathway, which is your digestive system. And then you're going to have control of your butt below it, which will be probably the mouse. So, and then what we'll do is the paddle will be left and right for the mouse. Crap, I need to write this down. Do you use OpenGL? I have. I used to write in OpenGL for about 3 years. I did some basic work with that. The book, this one that I'm doing on the side uses OpenGL, so I'll get back into it shortly. I've got all the OpenGL Super Bibles upstairs. But I did some OpenGL work. I mainly programmed GLSL shaders because we used an engine that was using OpenGL and GLSL for all of its shader work. Wow, that's a poop avalanche. I hope this stream doesn't get flagged for being vulgar now because of this. I tried learning, mainly OpenGL. I've used a little bit of DirectX, but not a whole lot. Mostly OpenGL. Not WebGL. I haven't tried that yet. So we need to update this. So we have a toilet. We have a boundary on the floor. We're going to do this next time. We don't have pellets. We don't have pooping out pellets. We do have a receptacle for holding the poop. That can go. So we have a toilet. I know. So the idea is that what will happen is there's going to be a digestive tract that the food will move through. And then based upon what you've eaten, it will link it together. It will degrade and disappear. Or it will be like a block for you so that you actually will get constipated. Or if you eat something bad, it will cause it to be diarrheaed out. And then randomly, all of a sudden, like everything in your intestines just sort of push straight through. So there are plenty of ideas for where this can go. We're just not there yet. Like I said, this is the beginning. Okay, so one of the reasons why I've been waiting is my Oculus Quest 2 is charging in the background. So I had to wait for that to finish before I move on. This is a horrible game. So what I do want to do is change input for next time that I work on this. Change the input so that the chute is controlled by the left and mouse click button and the mouse location, and the mouse position controls where the butt is positioned over the toilet. That's what I want to do next time. Okay. Well, OpenGL itself doesn't do anything for object picking. I assume you're creating something in the background that's going to sort objects and then do the collision and check that you've collided with the object. So you've created some sort of a simple representation of the scene in a quad tree structure. And then when you do the picking from the mouse, you are traversing that tree, that graph, finding the object, doing the intersection test against that object then with however you want to do that. If it's spheres, it's a circle, a radius check, and then working with it that way. But that's my area, at least that's how I would do it. So we're going to take the ideas for Poop Shoot that have not been done yet, and I need to put this under my wish list of features so that I have them next time we do this. So now's the time to switch gears. So we've had our fun with Poop Shoot. We're done with that. Let's move on to the Boise Slip House instead. And this is still making poop in the background, and they're just falling off. Oh, I need to take a picture of this. I need to tell people that this is the extent of my game. Or this is the extent of my life at the moment. And yay. Poop. Perfect. Okay, let's stop this and open up the other project. Oh, you mean a color picker? Like from a box? Like from a palette? So you would have something that looks like this, and then you would choose the colors you want? I did something like this. I'm trying to remember how I did it. I implemented a color swatch, and I don't remember how I did it. I had to use, I don't believe I used red, green, and blue. I used, I think, hue, saturation, and value from Wikipedia. Yeah, I think I used something like this, if I remember right. And I would use that to convert. So I used a hue saturation value color picker where you have a value between 0 and 360, which determines what range of colors there are. And then when you have that, you can then convert, that chooses the color. Then you have a, what's it called? A quad in your scene, and you generate a texture in real time, which is what I did. Or you don't generate a texture at real time. No, I would just create a texture at runtime. Yeah, a gradient of values. So you would take the chosen color and grade that over a value of 0 at the bottom, 1 at the top. And then you would use the saturation to calculate all the values inside of that quad, I believe. So I guess my question to you is, are you trying to create a color swatch picker that allows you to assign a color? Or are you trying to make it so that you pick objects based upon their color? Because all of these are very different, and none of them really have anything to do with OpenGL itself. And while we're doing that, I'm going to close out of this project. Sorry, there's a 30-second delay, so I don't quite understand if yeah means the former or the latter. I need to get out of Roblox Studio. And what I am trying to do now is bring up Boise Slip House. And we are also going to need Oculus Quest development stuff. So let's, the second one. So you are trying to select an object based upon the color. So you already have a system implemented that allows you to do a ray cast into the scene from your mouse position. But the issue is that you want all objects in the scene to be selectable by their color, or you want it so that only certain object can be selected because of its color. Because either way, the ray cast happens, it goes into the scene, right? But if you only wanted to apply to certain objects, then I would simply create a structure in C++ that stores each object, or use an integer ID that stores, that gives it a unique assignment, and each of those IDs would correspond to a unique color. So I would just be checking the integer value, and I would never really check the color of the object itself. But if the idea is you're generating random objects of different colors, even then I would still, when the object gets generated, put it into a bin, a sorting bin, where each one is assigned a specific color. Are you doing this after the scene has been rendered? And you're not doing it before the scene is rendered? So do you have the output, and then now you're like trying to understand the problem exactly and what you're trying to solve? So, Oculus Quest 2. Let's unplug this. Here we are. I do not remember how to do this. Controllers. Do we have batteries? Batteries are good. Controllers are not good. Yes, controllers are good. Hello, the essential reason. How are you today? We're in the middle of moving between projects, so things might be boring if you're watching, because we just moved from a game where we had literal poop shooting out of a toilet, or falling out of a toilet, to trying to get the Quest to now work with my computer for something. Yes, color is connected to Object ID. So this all honestly depends on if you already know all that information. When you do the intersection test in your scene, you should be able to store what that object's color is as some property of the object. So you can make it, and then just test to see if it's the correct thing, right? I'm not quite getting the difficulty of the problem. Now, if the problem is instead you have the scene rendered, and now after it's been rendered, you are trying to determine what the ID is, that's also something different. Me, I am doing this live stream because I slipped a rib. One of my ribs is out of place and I couldn't go into work today. So I decided to do this instead to be productive. So my day is painful, but productive apparently. And I'm honestly also trying to figure out why people are trying to call me while I'm busy. So Oculus Quest. We have two things we're going to use. We have the Oculus Developer Hub, the Oculus app, and the side quest to get this situated. So let's open up something I had created with Oculus already. And it was called Cold Spray. And I'm trying to see if that's in here, because that had everything already set up to work with it. It's going to end up being under users, Glee Cakes, and probably Unity. Or it's going to be under my backup drive. And Cold Spray, Unity. Let's see if I can add this. Add project from disk. And we'll see if I can grab that. No, he was talking about using OpenGL and color picking techniques. And I'm not understanding something about the problem. So that's why I'm not able to assist better. Because if I know that color picking is something that I want to do, I would make sure to design whatever system I'm using to store that information away. And then when I do an intersection query in the scene, I would then, as a final test, see what that object was. Or if I was trying to find all objects of a particular color or all objects of a particular shade, and I guess you would use ranges for that, then I would have all of this stuff stored outside of whatever I'm using to render or do collision tests, and have a separate system that's just for sorting colors. And I would then bin things using RGB color or hue saturation value color instead of XYZ position. And poop. Yes, we were talking about poop, but no longer. Poop is gone. We're done with poop. Don't worry about poop. Let's see. Rowan projects. Projects. Oh my God, I have a lot of projects. Google Drive, Rowan projects. Oh, why can't I find it? Cold Spray 2021. Substance Unity. Let's try simple game. Simple game. Add project. What version is this? Oh, I hate when I get hung up on stupid things like this. Let's try this again. Google Drive. Run projects. Cold spray. Unity. I have builds. And I have APKs, which means I was building this inside of Android, using Android. So this should be the correct one. If we go to assets and we check the code, basic missile, basic stage, missile launcher, what was I making? It was not what I should have been making. Let's, we're going to add a different project to this. And let's go to add project from disk. I apologize for not doing anything at the moment. I'm just trying to find the stupid thing. There's Unreal. I didn't expect to jump into this other project. Glee Cakes. Where are you, Unity? Oh, well. Right, but to do that, all you need to do is do some matrix multiplication. So you would take your view projection matrix, you take the inverse transform of that, and you multiply, and that's going to get you into view mode or world coordinates at that point, and then you can do that if you want to. Take your time. I never have time. Add project from disk. Speed. Drive. Projects. Cold spray. Unity. Unity. Cold spray cave build. Add project. Let's see if this is it. It's using a different version. Which version? 2020.3.10. What do we have? 2020.3.11. Close enough, right? Shouldn't break anything. It's a long-term support version. Continue. Let's see if this works. All right, so let's get the Quest hooked up again, right? So, because it's been a while since I've done anything with the Quest. So we got the link cable. And here's hoping it doesn't break everything or screw up all of my configurations for OBS. The last time I hooked up a VR device in the middle of any kind of a stream, it took over the stream camera, and then I was displaying from the Valve Index a split screen of everything I was looking at. Okay, so what am I doing? I have a hard drive, which we're going to disconnect. Oh crap, this requires connecting directly to a USB-C port, which I only have one. This motherboard's 4 years old. So let's see if we can find it. So coming around to the back. And there we go. Plugging in. We should now have the Quest connected through the link. In a perfect world. But my math seems to not be working. I think I don't have enough brains to debug the math, so I dropped that method. Oh, don't do that. But yeah, at the same time, if it's over your head for the moment, put it down and see if you can figure out another thing. A hex grid by math. I haven't done a hex grid before. That's interesting. We don't want any of that. We are going to enter safe mode because apparently the project is broken. Skip this, open this up, and we don't have a project view. So what is all of this nonsense? Scripts. Oh my word. Where is the project? All right, you know what? Let's do a search really fast. We'll do a search. Let's see if that comes up with anything. If not, we're just going to do it from the ground up, and we'll go to the official Oculus Quest website, and I will relearn how to do it myself. Oculus. Let's see. Let's do it. Screw it. I wish I had time. Unfortunately, I don't really. This is a sick day for me. But I have no problem if you want to send me. If it's your math that's the issue, I have no issue talking it through with you and trying to figure it out. Build platform. Okay, build tools. Getting started. Overview. Okay, so we want to do all-in-one VR. We're going to do the Unityengine, which is going to provide us with all the documentation we need. And all I care about is setting it up for right now. So set up the development environment. That's what we want to do. We have all of this. That's good. That's good. We have this. Mobile app from PlayStation Store. We have that. We've done it. Let's see. Unity editor versions. Minimum supported is 2020.3, so we're in good favor there. Let's go ahead and create a new project for this then. So new project. I don't think we're going to do HD. Let's ask that. Does HDRP pipeline work with Oculus Quest 2? I don't even know if it does. Virtual reality and a high definition rendering pipeline. To use the VR, you must enable. Yes, well, that's all fine. HDRP was designed to fully support single pass instance mode. To fully support single pass. Okay. Best performance. HDRP also support multi-pass, but this is slower in some. If you encounter an issue, we can disable the project HDRP assets. So, it says it supports the Oculus Rift. I'm not seeing anything about the Quest. Yes, the Quest is charged. I should have it installed. I think I have everything with Android Studio set up, so I have the right stuff for that and everything downloaded. So I don't know if I want to jump into the HDRP pipeline if it's not going to work. But since this is a big test, we can go ahead and give it a go and see what happens. Let's close out of this. Let's see. Config. I think I need the, what is it, the SDK manager to see which ones I have downloaded. So I have 30, 28, and 23 already downloaded. So it should be all good to go on my end. We're going to close out of this and let's just get it working with the standard 3D scene. So let's do Oculus Quest, Quest 2 to test. And we will put this under the buoyancy slip one as well. Get that up and running. If we can do that, I'll be happy if I can push things directly to the Quest easily. Last time I remember I was having a lot of issues when I was working with the Quest. It wasn't the most stable thing. I'm making sure that I'm not being asked to do something in real life. I hate how long this takes. This moment, I can do whatever I want at the moment, so I can. It's up to me. We'll see. Considering it. So, okay. we need to do several things. So Unity, we have the, what version are we running? 2020.3.19. This should be fine. Blah, 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 blah. We need to do some packages, if I remember right. We already have Android build support. So let's go to build settings and set this stuff up. So we want to go to Android. Oh, wait, I don't? I guess I don't have it for this version of Unity. Let's see. I might have uninstalled. No, I have Android, but it's 2020.3.12 F1. So let's just, I'm going to use up all my hard drive space on this, but let's just go ahead and install this version of Android. I believe I already have the SDK and everything else, so I shouldn't need any of that. Let's go ahead and do an install. Well, I mean, if I'm going to make it work with the Quest, I should make it stand alone. Like, what's the point of having it connect to a computer? I'm going to destroy my target audience, right, when I market the thing. So, and if I'm not doing that, then why the hell not just work with the Valve or the Index or whatever? If I'm going to do this, we might as well go all the way. Yes, I would prefer to make it compatible with the Quest because then I can get it working on the store. It can get certified and move through the process properly. Please install. Thank you. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right, is what it comes down to. And I'm getting emails about Magic Leap, too. I do not care about Magic Leap. Yay, standalone if we can get it to work, right? So we'll see what happens. Okay, so do I need to restart Unity now because it doesn't know where the build is? Okay, so we have that. Let's go back to projects. We'll do Oculus Quest 2 test. Once we get this functioning and running, then we can see about bringing the assets into here and reducing things. Oh, yes, while we're waiting. That's correct. You had mentioned the Red Matter 2 Sizzler here. Let's do the Red Matter 2 Sizzle. Build settings. You said this just came out, so this is the technical showcase. Hold on, I got to turn my music down because I can't hear anything. Let's see here. Pause. There we go. Skip user. Runs heavily modified version. Unreal Engine. Okay. High quality fog and sun reflections. While that's doing this, I'm gonna. Whoops. Let's move this out of here. Particle reflections, that's a cool one. I wonder how many people they have on the team for this. I wonder how that's, if that's a faked thing. Android. Volumetric light cones. I wonder how much of this is... It looks like they did not do any kind of subsurface scattering on that skin though. That's looking... I mean, it's a high quality normal map on the surface, that's for sure. But the light, you'll notice, does not cause a reddening on the nose or the ears. And you don't get so on the inside of his mouth. So when we rotate to the side, so you should see this part illuminate. It's great. There's, for what it is, it's amazing. That's for sure. High quality glass. So you put a specular map on glass, but really it's the reflections that make the map look, the glass look good. That looks like it's straight out of Half-Life. Install Unity without Android. We used to add Android to it. Open Unity. How about a minute? There's no way in hell they would have gotten subsurface scattering working on the Quest, though. That's the problem. So now I'm just looking up boring stuff while this video is playing. I'm looking at what the Android build settings need to be. Because I believe there are specific things with like the build that needs to be handled. If you're using Unity version 2023 or later, Unity automatically maps Android SDK and NDK. However, for any reason, if Unity is unable to detect the Android tools, you need to map them directly. So open Android Studio. I've already opened up Android Studio. Open Unity. Go to Unity Preferences, External Tools. So let's go and do that. I'm going to go back and take a look. I know, I'm looking. I'm sorry. I know, I looked away for a second. I'm going back. Hold on. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Wow. Interesting. The refraction, I think, is nice. That's the kind of thing. Wait, which one? There was another one before that one? So I remember this guy. Watch this. Right, and then the line renderer, and then the refraction of the, or the ray trace line reflections. It's looking really good. I definitely want to check it out once it's actually out. And I think you said it was August, right? The release date for that? So we will definitely check that out. I will check that out. I'm talking about me. So we need to go to Edit, Preferences, and check out the external tools for this, right? So Unity Preferences, External Tools. Under Android and SDK, paste the Android SDK path. Alternatively, click Browse. So we need to find the Android SDK path. So here, it already found the JDK. It found the Android SDK path. It found the Android NDK. You are missing the recommended Android NDK, Native Development Kit. Install the recommended version using Unity Hub. Okay, so it wants me to update that. So this is the kind of stuff that sucks to do, and that kills a project real fast. Let's go to installs. This is version 2020.3.19.f1, and we're going to go to Add Modules, and we will add the Android SDK and NDK toolset to the build. And yes, I will install. This is actually a pretty fast install compared to what I'm used to with Unity Hub, so we're doing pretty well. We're going to close out of this project, make sure it can restart and refresh just fine. And let's see, where are we? Android build support, installed, install queued for the other two. Oh, we're adding 29 and 30 to the SDK platforms. That's going to fill up my hard drive. Let's take a look really fast. Oh, did we find it? Cold spray. Rowan Projects, Lab Materials, Media. 2021. Nope. Unity cold spray. Nope. Nope. And it's not there. Great. Okay, so we're doing this from scratch, apparently. This is no problem. I did this once 6 months ago. I can do it again. It's just boring to watch. Who is messaging me on LinkedIn? Hi, George. Exciting contract to hire rendering engineer position with renewed vision. Rowan Easterbrooks. What is this? Senior account manager. Excited to render engineer. Great Colin. Oh, okay. Extensive experience with multi-thread rendering. That's not me. I'm not a multi-thread person. Familiar with OpenGL? Yes. Metal and DirectX? No. Very strong C++. I would say I have intermediate level C++. Experience working with the FFmpeg library? Nope. Video processing? I understand. Audio processing? Somewhat. Broadcast audio and video? Nope, not a good job for me. So let's go back to the game. Project installs should be done. Let's open this back up and see if it's already routed things in the project settings to the right place. In which case we can then move on. That should set up the hardware. Unity versions. I like how it says you need to learn how to use Unity in order to do this. No, duh. Let's go back to, so we're in setup and development. So we're going to then set it up for development and testing. So going here, file, build settings, Android. I know we're going to need to change these. That's not correct. Edit, preferences, external tools, and blah, blah, blah. You are missing the recommended JDK. Oh my God. Well, didn't I just install the JDK? Did I miss that one? Installs. Add modules. OpenJDK. Let's close this again. Once again, we'll close this out. Let that finish. Now it's done. Now we can move on. This is the crappiest part of development, is setting stuff up. HoloLens development really sucks. I need to do that soon for work, and I'm dreading it. Okay, so we have a project set up. Let's make sure we're good to go. Preferences, external tools, and JDK with Unity is based on OpenJDK 1.0. Blah blah blah. License information. It's why are you giving me this crap? Don't give me this. Thank you. Test your app on a real headset prior to releasing it. Users implement blah 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 blah. Connect headset over USB to. You must set. I don't want to do that. I want to connect it through the Android debug bridge and install an AD and a. Yes. So in general, connecting the Oculus Quest to the USB cable is the basic way to test the app in a real headset. In addition, you can use the Android debug bridge. Yes, we know that. You must set the Oculus headset in developer mode and connect it to the computer with the USB cable. We have done this. We're going to turn it on, though. It is on. All right, let's shove it on my face. And allow USB debugging. Yes, please. Hand tracking and controllers are disabled. Always allow from this computer. Oh, no, it's updating. Oh, crap. All right, it's going to take a second. The Quest is updating, everyone. Let's take a look further at this. Connecting the headset, allow, we have to wait to verify the connection, open the Unity project, and in the menu go to File, Build Settings, Platform, Android, switch target platform set to Android. If the run device is up in the list, so it's going to become part of the build. So we'll know it's detected if we go to Android and it becomes one of the run devices here. So let's go ahead and switch our platform to Android. That's going to take a few seconds. Luckily, the project has nothing in it. Trying to switch a project when it's filled with assets sucks. Yes, yes, you can do the hub as well. We will jump around. Let's close out of the toilet for now. We don't need that anymore. And run device Quest, Oculus Quest. I want to see if we can get this thing working properly. So, what are the build settings? Texture compressions should be set to ASTC, ETC2 fallback is 32-bit. Build system, we're not doing that right now, are we? No. Okay. Compression method should be set to default. Right, so I think I have all that. I just haven't run it. So if we go to side quest, and excuse me for eating, but I haven't eaten in a long time. Yeah, we can stream directly from the headset. So here we go. Unauthorized. Okay, we're going to authorize it in a second. There's my thing. There we go. Always allow. Allow connected device to access files. Allow. Oculus Guardian setup. That's fine. Confirm. I don't care. Wait, let's go back. Confirm floor level. Floor level is down here. Confirm. Define play area. Point your controller to floor. Blah, 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 blah. This is my play area. Right here. There we are. Okay, and continue. Confirm. And you are now grounded. Great. One controller's updated. Let's get the other one going. Right controller update in progress. Left controller update in progress. Great. And let's take a look here. Okay, now we should be able to get this to work. And we want this to be the Quest 2, otherwise it looks bad. Full screen is not on. No input. Disable device control, mirror device, and read only. Yes. I don't want to do the Oculus casting. I just want to do the stream. That should pop up on the desktop now. Where is the cast? See there now it's set. It's converting the project over to the Android build, so that's taking a tiny bit. So are we done? Good. Refresh the list. Fetching connected devices. Click here. Oculus Quest 2. Yay! Great. So we've got that set up. It did detect it. I'm sorry, Train Spotting. Are you talking to me or Anthony? I believe you're talking to Anthony, correct? Let's see. Okay, both of these things are connected. For some reason, I cannot stream. There we go. Right controller battery low. We'll swap them out shortly. I believe I need to turn on casting from inside, right? You can't just do it, so we need to go to something. Explore where the... Honestly, I think the interface for this thing is absolute trash, but that's just me. I never know where anything is. Let's grab the other one. And this controller is updating. Come on, you can do it. And let's go to settings, and we have Wi-Fi, we have the Guardian. Settings, notification, privacy, security, apps, storage, system. Where is this stupid cast? There it is. I don't know why you would put it under that. All right. There we go. We had something for a second there. It was working. Yeah, I was having a similar issue the other day with casting. Someone was demonstrating something for me, and we were having problems getting it to work. And what I like to usually do is... Come on. Just show the stupid screen. There you are. Here you are. There you go. And... trying to show it as an available device, but it's not popping up. Let's try the Oculus app. It shows up whenever I take my face off of it. And it's not showing up when I don't have my face sent to it. So watch, as soon as I take my head off, it works for 1 second. Oh, there it is. There's my crotch. That's not good. So I'm not sure why, but it's that's weird. Okay. You know what? Let's close that because we don't want to do that anyway. We're getting distracted by stupid things. We'll get the casting stuff working because we can also do what Oculus Cast, oculus.com/casting, if I remember right. So, press the Oculus button, go to Share, go to Cast, select Computer, blah blah blah. Oculus button. Go to the Oculus button, which that is not an Oculus button, that's a sharing button. We will do Computer next. Go to oculus.com/casting. And there we are. So that's, I hate that. If you don't have something in there, if it doesn't detect your face, it doesn't work. So anyway, we can cast, so you'll be able to see anything that actually works. Okay, all right, we'll use the Dev Hub instead, no problem. It's a good idea to check out everything. Okay. Software update. Okay. There is a sensor in the Oculus Quest 2, unfortunately. It is trying to connect. What I worry about is I've got multiple connections to this thing now. Can we be connected to this in Unity as a runnable device and cast at the same time? Because I don't know if you can do that. Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering too. Okay, so let's get out of a few things then. And sorry, I've got way too many windows open. So let's stop. Let's undo that here. So I'm getting a casting error. A new live stream was started, is what it's saying. So I actually had this issue the other day. This is not. But this isn't an unknown device anymore. This is a known device. Open the companion Oculus app on your phone and go to settings. I've already done all this. I'm almost positive. So I shouldn't have to do any of this. So Oculus. And let's go to menu and settings. This is so much fun. From the list of paired Oculus devices, tap the device you want to set up and tap more settings, developer mode. Casting settings. We do not have permission required for casting. That's not a problem. Subscriptions, casting, privacy, account settings, notification, email. Oh my God. More settings, developer mode. I'm looking for more settings. Casting settings. Where the hell is more settings? Do I still have the casting site open? That is a good question. I thought I had just closed it. I am looking now. I don't believe I do. Documents, Roblox. No, I do not have the casting site still open. I'm closing everything else. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I have a settings menu. The headset itself. Man, playing games while pooping is going to be huge. Oh my God. Okay, I'm in my profile. I'm checking my settings here. Apps, social phone, store device. Those are notifications. Let's go to settings. Brightness, contrast, microphone, voice commands, report a problem, pass through home. I am not. Man playing. You should have a developer tab for disabling the Guardian. So it's not. So the device is right here. It's obviously connected and showing up. If I refresh this, it's still there. Not connected. Okay, so it's not connected. All right, do you think I'm not allowed to connect it? That's the same device number across both. If I close out of Unity and we refresh this, let's update and see if we can get a new version. This one is at least 6 months old at this point, so maybe there's something different. Let's go ahead and restart it. This is exactly why I didn't want to start doing this stuff. Yeah, I'm going to do the software update and see if that's the issue. There are a lot of different versions of things running on right now that I'm running on. Let's see. App. Oh, wow. This already looks different. Device manager. Device. Headset number 1. Unknown. Not connected. Settings. Connect the headset to the ODH to update its nickname. Accounts. Sign in. Only 4 accounts. I'm wondering if I need to forget the device and start it up again. Settings, ADB path, hotkeys, custom commands, large, that's all fine. All right, you know what? Let's screw it. Let's do it. Let's kill it and start over again. I can't enable Bluetooth on this computer. I don't have Bluetooth on this computer. I'm using the link. Okay, I gotta do it on my phone. This is such a pain in the ass. Open the companion app on your phone and go through the device setup flow. Then, from the list of paired Oculus devices, tap the device you want to set up. Tap More Settings Developer. Chink. And clink. And it is reconnected. Plug it in and unplug it and plug it back in again, right? That's where we are. All right, let's do this. Give it a second. Close this. Go back over here. I don't have... Let's make sure SideQuest isn't doing anything. I think that was connecting to it as well. I might only be able to have one connected at a time. Plug it back in. Open up the developer hub. And let's see if that's it. Device manager. Still not connected. Well, the problem is I can't do it step by step because I've already have everything set up. So I'm going to have to delete everything and then restart it all again. Because I had everything already set up from a previous time I did this. But now everything's gone. Let's forget the device. Set up a new device. Enable Bluetooth, which we cannot do. We're going to do it on the Oculus app. The problem is what it's telling me to do, and this is not the same. It very well could. So I have both. I had an Oculus development account, and then I had a Facebook account. And I think everything's now on my Facebook account because they forced you to move it over. So open the companion Oculus app on your phone and go through the device setup flow. Well, the problem is that I have like 10 devices and I need to delete them then. So let's close this and find my devices. Menu. Devices. So yes, why this is slightly complicated? You can't see it. I have a lot of devices, both for here and work. So this isn't quite as simplistic as it might seem. Let's try to connect. So it's searching right now. We're going to unplug it from the computer because I don't think it's supposed to be plugged in. Let that sit for a second. Connect. Do I have to have this stupid thing on when I do this? Did that just turn off? Okay, now it's turning back on because I disconnected it. If there's ever a reason to get frustrated, this is it. All right, it's searching. Objects found in my boundary. Yes, it's called a computer. Thank you very much. Ignore it. Skip. Okay. I don't want to add anyone to my account. I just want to sign into the damn thing. So, it is connected through the app. This happens, believe me. Okay, so I'm now connected through the app. Now we plug in the USB-C end of your cable in. This is going to be the challenging part. Okay, USB cable is plugged in. Put on the headset and then prompt it, allow the computer to have access, which we will do in 1 second. Okay. Put on the headset. And allow. Allow. And put on the headset. When prompted, allow the computer to have access. The device ID and status will show and connect and be active on the device manager. Great. Let's finish that. And we have it. Yay. It just took deleting it, forgetting it, and then setting everything back up again to make it work. What is this crap that I have? Apparently I do have old projects on here that I was working on, so that's good. Okay. OBR metrics tool, that doesn't matter. All right, we've gotten past the first part. And enable the Android debug bridge. Debugging is a common, yes, perform a variety of actions, such as install and blah, 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 blah. Connect. If you're developing on Windows, download the OEM. I've already done this. I've done this. I've done this. Yes, I'm pretty sure this will work too. CMD, ADB, devices. Oh, whoops, I spelled it wrong. No, I didn't. I don't have that in my path, do I? I need to do that through stupid Android Studio, don't I? Because I don't think I have this as a path. So this wouldn't show up unless I have the Android debug. ADB. ADB. Wait. I'm trying to see where Android is showing up under here. Android Studio. I just have the Studio. I believe in Studio. It's been like 6 years since I've developed for Android, but I should be able to open a command line in that, shouldn't I? Profile or debug APK, import, configure, settings plugin. SDK settings. Oh, it's been too long since I've done this. Let's go to, what is it? Environmental variables. Go to environmental variables and let's see. Because it should be part of my path, right? The Android debug bridge. Usually you set this up as part of your path. At least that's what I think. So I need to know where ADB is actually at. So that's a good question. So where did ADB get installed? And usually that goes in your users directory, Glee Cakes, and then there's Gradle. There's a bunch of stuff. There should be an Android Anaconda, PyTorch, digital image processing, Miniconda. Where is ADB located? Windows. Thank you. Users app data. That's what I need. Okay, so users and then app data is normally a hidden folder. App data. Let's see. Local Android SDK platform tools and Android ADB.exe right there. Okay, so let's right click this and I should be able to add this. Yes, as a stupid environmental variable, shouldn't I? So if we come up here and we do a new variable, I just call this db. cd adb.exe. Fine, screw it for now. We're going to grab the path. Just, whoops. Let's grab the path, copy it, paste it, /adb.exe. There we are. And then we need to do list. ADB, oh, I'm sorry. We need to do this, but I guess this is like a dash devices. Nope. Can I go directly into it and then do a call? ADB root, sideloading get state. List of all network interfaces. I want devices, just devices. Okay, devices, and then just that's it. Yes, I do. I should just be able to list of devices. There we go. It wasn't a dash on the end. That was stupid of me. It's just devices, and then we get the list, and that is the proper device. So we are good to go. Yay. Like I said, I did this a while ago and set everything up. It's just been such a long time. When we build the Unity app, it creates an APK file. Yes, we know this. Unity project, go to File, Build, switch platform. We've done this. Open the terminal on your computer and run the following to install. All right. We want to add ADB to our command line so I can do this easier, don't we? That's already happened. This is fine. The issue is I don't have command line access to it easily. Android Studio add ADB to path. Here we go. This is what we want. Environmental variables. Whoops, not that. Environmental variables. Yes. Come on. Under system variables, click the variable name path. Yep. We're going to delete this one. Go to, what do we want? Under system variables, go to path, edit, click edit. Okay. And I do not see ADB under here. We've got SDL. I don't see ADB, so let's do close. I don't want your ads. Go away. Let's go here. Grab this as a path. Go to edit. No, this one. Let's do new. Paste. Okay. 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 Let's CMD, ADB. There we go. ADB, ADB devices. Now we are set up for ADB. Wonderful. And we don't have to follow that stupid path name anymore. So we don't need to worry about that. But importantly is installing ADB APK. When you build an app in Unity, it creates an APK file. Yes, when it's Android. We're not there yet, so that doesn't matter. Import Oculus Integration SDK. All right, we'll give it a go. I don't know if I'm in love with using it, but we'll try it. Let's open up the Oculus Quest 2 and see how this goes. What time is it? 4 o'clock. All right. Okay. Window. Package Manager. I have to go to the Oculus store? No way. No way. Hold on. Let's go to... Let's just type in Oculus. There's the Oculus XR plugin. Yeah, that should be what I want, right? The latest update has been relatively recent. All right, let's go ahead and install that. Yeah, well, I don't have to munch. I can drink instead. Liquid. My PhD was in virtual reality. It was called, and I didn't name it, The Matrix Revisited, which is the name of a movie, which, the making of, which was stupid. Hold on a second. Here's my dissertation. The Matrix Revisited, a critical assessment of virtual reality technologies for modeling, simulation, and training. Yay, a convergence of affordable hardware. Whatever, it sucks. It was a lot of time and a lot of figures. I think I had 106 figures in this, but it talks about VR, how it's being used, the best ways to use it. I came up with a metric system to rate different experiences that I created in the past. It assessed and evaluated about 50 different projects, determined which ones were the best, and then what the optimum usage of VR would be. In this case, training and what's it called? I don't even know what my own thesis is or my dissertation is anymore. Where is the part that tells you what it's about? Oh well. Anyway, it just went through and evaluated a bunch of different things in VR. The message was that virtual reality is best for training and educational applications as opposed to simulation, visualization, and there was something else. I forget what it was. But it was just a critical analysis and a review of different things. It actually really was a pain in the ass and kind of sucked to do. I did it during COVID, so I was completely alone making it work. All right, we have to set up the configuration settings. So this is what we want. Build. Let's do this. Make my life easier. File, build settings. Before you proceed with any other project settings, blah, 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 blah. File, build, Android, switch target platform. We've done that. General settings. We need to go to player. Player settings. Here. And the company name, Noda. Use the name. Okay, so company name, Ort Cloud Entertainment. Product name. This is just a test. Okay, package identification settings. The build system uses package identification attributes uniquely identified an app in Oculus. So we need to make sure that this works. Expand other settings. Project settings, player, then other settings. Identification, do the following. Identification right there. In the package name, enter a unique package name. Oh yeah, that's right, this is Android crap. Package name or Cloud Entertainment, this is just a test, that should be fine. I own the domain for ortcloudentertainment.com, so no one else can use that. In version, type the version number. In bundle version code, here, increment the existing version. This is used internally to determine whether one version is more recent. Minimum API level is Android 10, API level 29. We don't have, there it is, 29. In target API, select automatic highest installed. Okay. Great. This is what we need to do here. Other settings under Android. Backend. Scripting backend. So we're still here. Other settings. Oh my word. Scripting backend. They need a search. On the other settings under configuration, doing the following. other settings, Vulkan, OpenGL, Vulkan, identification configuration, scripting backend, set to IL2 CPP. IL2 CPP, as it provides better support for apps across a wider range of platforms. Clear the ARM version 7 checkbox and instead select ARM64. Okay, ARM64. Only 64-bit apps are accepted on the Oculus Store. Well, if we're making this for real, we need to make sure it's acceptable for the Oculus Store. In the install location list, install location right here, select automatic to indicate that your app can be installed on the external storage, but you don't have a preference. Search. Oh, thank you, right there. I always miss that. In the internet access list, select required. That's interesting. Required. Okay. Great. So what happens if we do search? If I typed in rendering, oh, it does. It even highlights. So I've never used that search feature in the settings before. Do I need to apply any of these? Doesn't look like I do. Okay, XR management. Oculus streamlines XR support using Unity's XR plugin management system. The Oculus XR plugin exposed to settings for common, blah, 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 blah. Installing the Oculus XR plugin. We've done this. Windows Package Manager. So I jumped the gun on that one and did that early. I remembered that step. So there we are. We are going to want to view the documentation on that at some point. We'll put that to the side. Select and expand the Oculus XR plugin package from the list of packages. Select to see other versions. And select the latest version. But it's... Alright, you know what? We'll do what it says. We'll update it to 1.12.1. Install Oculus XR plugin from the XR plugin management interface. On the menu, okay, so after this is done, we are going to close out of this, go to Edit, Preferences, no, Edit Project Settings, stupid, Project Settings, and then select XR Management Plugin, which is right here. That's a good point. I would assume it doesn't allow for a micro SD card because that's usually how you pirate stuff and break it and upload stuff to it and do things you're not supposed to. By building it all in, you're not allowed to. But then again, that doesn't make any sense, George, because technically we could go right here and access the Oculus through here, just like a cell phone. So, I don't know. Maybe size, space, cost, one less piece of hardware they need to add to it. Go to Edit Project Settings, then select XR Plugin Management. Select Install Android. We have that. It's already installed. It's all good. On the Android tab, select the Oculus checkbox. We've done that. On the menu, go to Windows Package Manager. What? No, we're doing Android. Oh, it's already there. We have that. See the other versions. We're good. Okay, so we're set up for Oculus. Upgrade or switch to another Oculus XR plugin version. We've done this. Oculus uninstall. Render settings. There are a variety of options for you to hate yourself about. On the menu, go to Edit Project Settings Player. Expand other settings. On other settings, under rendering, do the following. Rendering. What space? Gamma and linear space. Set the color space property to linear for realistic rendering, but then we need to be careful about our textures, don't we? All right, so we're going to have to remember we're working in linear color space. Next up, clear the Auto Graphics API. The linear color space required OpenGL 3.0 or Vulkan. Currently, Oculus Quest supports Vulkan, but it is under experimental. Therefore, we highly recommend that you use OpenGL ES 3.0 and set that at first. Okay, so the order of the graphics APIs is already set to OpenGL 3.0, so we don't need to do anything else. We'll skip Vulkan for the moment. Select multi-threaded rendering. It's selected. Select low overhead mode. Static batching, dynamic batching, compute skinning. We don't need to worry about Vulkan. Low overhead mode. All right, let's find this overhead. There is no overhead mode. Low accuracy. Allow unsafe code. I have a book on Vulkan, but I've never tried working with it yet. To me, it's going backwards. That's not what I want to do. I want to make games. Going to Vulkan is something if I was hired to make the engine behind it. There is no low overhead mode to skip error checking in release versions of the app. There is no low overhead mode. Okay, I don't see that option there, so maybe this is from an earlier version. Define quality settings. Oh my god. Edit project settings, quality. Developer mode in settings regarding this. This should still be in developer mode from earlier. It's always been in developer mode, I believe, because I set it up a long time ago to be that way. So this is interesting. So I kind of just want to create a new quality setting. Oh, I guess we'll just stick with medium then. Pixel light count. Set the maximum number of pixel light. 1 pixel light. You are that sucks. That really sucks. 1 pixel light? I don't know if what I have envisioned is going to work. Well, let's continue on and go from there and see what happens. I'm going to need at least 2 or 3 pixel lights. In the texture quality settings, select full res to display textures at maximum resolution. Texture quality. Full res is already selected. In the anisotropic settings, in the anisotropic textures list, select per texture. Anisotropic textures per texture is set. Oh, good for you. I could use probably dinner in not too long. In the anti-aliasing settings, select 4x. Otherwise, it's going to look like trash. So we'll do that. Unlike non-VR apps, VR must have anti-aliasing. Yes, because otherwise it looks like trash. Unknown. If using universal rendering pipeline, you need to manually set the... So that's interesting. It's saying you can use the universal rendering pipeline. Okay, clear the soft particles checkbox. Soft particles. Soft particles. Where are you, softy? Soft particles is already unchecked. Select the real-time reflections probe checkbox to update reflection probes during gameplay. Real-time. Sure, let's do that. Select billboard face camera checkbox to force billboards to face away. To face while rendering instead of the camera plane. Interesting. Generate Android manifest file. Every Oculus app built for Android must have an Android manifest. Yes, manifest. Oculus has automated the process by adding it. Yay. Okay, that's fine. That's good. To generate an Oculus Store compatible Android manifest file, go to Oculus, Tools, Create Something, blah, 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 blah. Kill yourself. I don't have an Oculus Tools menu. Pixel light is a light that is calculated in the pixel shader. So you can calculate your lightings in the vertex shader or the pixel shader in the, and it also depends upon if you're doing forward rendering or deferred rendering. In this case, I'm allowed to have 1 pixel calculated light source. You can also have baked in lights. You can have spherical harmonics, which are your render probes, which use a different method of calculating what the lighting should be at a location. One pixel light kind of hurts. But we'll see if we can get around it. If not, we'll just make this so it's not dedicated to the Oculus. So this is the problem. I do not have the Oculus package, and the Oculus package is what's necessary in order to make this work. So we're going to have to open up the assets store and grab this Oculus package to make it work. And to do that, we're going to have to step back a bit to the development environment setup, where they tell you to, or maybe it was the SDK, move OBR project. Well, it's not that. It's just, do I want to spend, a month trying to figure out how to get stuff to work? Let's see, revert to an earlier SDK version, upgrade to latest SDK, software development. No, this is not what I want. There is let's just type in Oculus. Should be Oculus Dev. Here we go, Oculus integration for Facebook. Just want to make sure there isn't something else. These all are not free. This one is free. Let's download that. Add to my assets. Go open in Unity, open in the editor. We'll bring this in and see how it works. Close tab. Please open in Unity, open in the editor. And it is giving me trash. So let's go to Package Manager. And there's that. Why isn't it not letting me? Do I have anything here? No. Go to my assets. Fine. You're going to be a pain in my butt. You can do it. We'll download it directly. Open in Unity. Allow this to happen. Please open in the editor. This is what pisses me off, when there's a disconnect between the two and something doesn't work. And because then I have to start everything up again. Yes. Open in Unity. I should get a window. Let's close out of the debug stuff and Android Studio. Let's close out of here for now. Open in Unity. It's interested in seeing what happens now. Yes, doing one thing a day, every day, is a good way of working. My main issue is that I end up getting sidetracked by work, and work is very similar to what I do here, so I get burned out. Because the last thing you want to do is come home and do more of the same thing. Let's see. Okay, so now we have that. So let's open this now in Unity. Why will it not open it in this project? Is it under the... Okay, let's restart the hub. It's saying that the hub is bad. So let's see if it works better once the hub has been updated. All right. Desktop just flickered. Allow access. Good. Okay. Open in Unity. So it's launching Unity directly. Oh, the problem is you skip a few days or a week or a year and then everything falls apart. So why... So why won't this work? It's launching the Unity editor. We can see that. And then it bails out and stops working. I hate this. It's stupid crap like this. And they don't let you download the package anymore. See, this is the kind of stuff that pisses me off. I don't know why the asset store was taken out of Unity to begin with. It's such a pain in the ass to jump from out of it back into it. Okay, there's Oculus integration now showing up. Wonderful. Okay, let's update it. Update. The difference between when I last did this, I was on 29. The latest one is 42. So that's a bit of a difference. It also doesn't help that my basement is incredibly hot, which is where I'm working from right now. And temperatures in the United States, at least, are pretty high. I think it's 98 outside right now. It's Fahrenheit, temperature-wise. Otherwise, we'd be bad. Okay. Here we go. We have the Oculus integration stuff. We can add it finally to our project. But is it procrastination? So that's where, so if this was a hobby, that would be great. The issue I have is this perfectly intersects my work, intersects my work life. So I'm not really ever procrastinating, but it's hard to dedicate time to. You know, if you're doing this and then you come home and then you're doing more of it, it becomes just not fun. Okay, it's almost done. So this is what we will do. I want to get something on the Oculus. That's my goal. We're going to open up the other Five Nights at Freddy's project. I'm going to create a package, and I'm going to export out an asset. And then I'm going to be able to at least see that asset in the Oculus Quest 2. That is my goal for right now. So let's open up a Night at Georgie's and another project, create a package, export it, load it into here, and go from there. And that will be my progress for the day. Doesn't feel like much, though, considering all we did was get this stupid thing set up. And it's still taking forever to import. And they're both busy now. I wonder if we're killing my computer. So this computer's doing everything right now, including streaming. So CPU is at 100%. So if the stream goes bad, everyone, now you know why. System interrupts. Wow. All right, we're down to 95, 96%, 100% on the CPU, thanks to Unity Editor. Which one is this? This is, I'm not sure which one it is, but this is kicking my butt. 97%, 92%, 85, we're dropping now. Good, okay, we're in a better place now. Okay, I was just setting up this scene. So, let's grab something from this project and work with it. So Unity, I want him assembled is what I'd like, but I was really bad with my naming conventions and now I don't know anything. I should have a prefab. Body. Nope. That's for movement. Let's go under Foxy. Do I have a prefab? Stand Foxy. No, it's the stand. Foxy static model. There we go. Yes. So we are going to export this out. Foxy static model, right click, export package, and let's see how bad of a job this does. 5 Visual Studios, oh God. And we're busy again. So again, I'm really interested in knowing how much I'm killing my computer. My motherboard and CPU are 4 or 5 years old at this point. So if there's anything that's a bottleneck for me, it's going to be the CPU. Okay, great. So materials, textures, we do not need any of the level. We just need this. So that's the FBX. I don't know why these are being included. Is the prefab not coming along? That's not a prefab. Let's make one. You know what? We don't need one. The materials are automatically attached. We actually don't need to do that. Export package. Turn off level. Go to Foxy. And export this. And let's go to this test project. Where did I save it? It should be under too many. I'm having mental problems at this point. BH, Oculus Quest 2, right click. Let's just put this under packages and call this Foxy static model. Do a save. Oh, it's a lot of polys. It's a lot of polys. How many? Let's take a look. We should be able to get that right. Usually it tells you here. And the... Doesn't it? I thought it usually shows you the poly count. It is sub-objects, so I might... Did they get rid of that? I thought it used to show you what the poly count was on the side. Why is it not showing me the poly count? Hold on. Unity show poly count of model. I thought it always used to be there. Why would they get rid of that? If you select the actual mesh, which I have done, it should show sometimes in the preview window. Yeah. It should be right here, but I'm not getting a poly count for any of these. So I don't know. It's a stupid number though. But when it's by itself in the scene, it shouldn't be an issue. So now that we've done that, Oculus Utilities detected a newer OVR plugin is available. Using the newest version is recommended. Do you want to enable it? Sure. I don't want OpenXR. If you depend on the following features in your project, click Cancel. Pass-through only supported the Oculus OpenXR backend. Switch legacy and OpenXR backends from any Oculus tools OpenXR. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. If it's a problem, I'll fix it. Great, now we get to restart. Deprecated interaction SDK stubs were included in the package for backwards compatibility. Can they be removed? Do you want to remove them? Sure. Let's actually look at what this does. So it looks like there's a bunch of stuff that they're deleting. Fine. Oh my God. Do you want to upgrade? Fine. Spatializer. Restart. Holy hell. This is a whole day of work. Okay, so we've got the project now. That's great. Let us import in the asset. Import. Custom package. Foxy static model. Import. Cube.dds file, unsupported asset type. I guess there was a cube map that got brought in along with it. So let's just take Foxy now and throw him in the scene. There we go. Yay. And scene view, frame up, and rotate. God, the pivot point of that model is absolute trash. Zoom on in, somewhere like right there. Let's not make this look like trash. So we have a single directional light. Instead of that, let's do a Let's fix some stuff. Skybox, solid color, black. Instead, let's go to rendering, lighting, and we have no lighting settings currently. Let's create new lighting settings. Temp, environment, let's set that to just be, I don't want a material. I'm gonna set this to none. And real-time shadow color, we're gonna darken that a little bit there. Source is just gonna be color. Let's pick something down there. Okay, so we've got lighting set up. Let's go to game object, create 3D object, and put a plane down. That plane is not at 0, reset 0, 0, 0. This is our directional light, which I don't want. Let's instead do a game object light and a spotlight. And let's just put the spotlight directly onto the camera for the moment. I know there's an Oculus camera we're going to have to use instead. Let's reset this as well. And let's turn off the directional light. Go to the spotlight. It is real time. That's good. Lighting is now on. Great. So from the game view, that's the horrible trashiness that it looks like. Let's just do a few more things just to have some fun. Game object, lighting, reflection probe. Put a reflection probe in the scene. There isn't anything to really reflect here, but whatever. We're going to throw one in there. Let's do a bake. Oh, Foxy is not static. Let's make Foxy static. Static, yes. Reflection probe. Color should not be skybox. Solid color, please. Bake. Okay. And actually, why does the material look like trash? I think I used a bad material on this. It does not look good at all. Fine. Why do I have an occlusion? Oh, I guess I did do occlusion maps, didn't I? Alright. That's fine. We'll go with it. It is what it is. The camera will be on the floor. Yeah, although it gets overridden, doesn't it? So if we reset that and then back it up, it's going to tell me in the documentation to use their stuff, if I remember right. Because I can't just run it like this. Let's see. So building your first app, why not? First tutorial, blah. What is the app about? Stuff. We don't care. Scene. Yes. Don't care. Building. Don't care. Don't care. Do not care. Do not care. Do not care. No one cares. Still don't care. Build and run your app. Well, can we do that? Can we just... For some reason, I thought it was more complicated. But screw it. Let's do it. Let's just see if we get something to pop up. So we need to stream it, though, right? So we want to do blah, 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 blah. Cast. Cast. Put this off to the side. Let's check out this thing. And... I know, battery's low. Don't worry. We need the share menu. Okay, it says it's casting. Oh, it is. Good. Okay, we need to allow this. Mouse, there you are. Yeah, I just want to see if it works. That's all. Let's do a... Do I have to do a build and run? I need to build the APK, so let's go over here, create a new folder, and do builds. And let's just call this Foxy test. Oh my word. Foxy test. Save. All right. No, we gotta rush. We gotta rush right now. Because it's almost 5 o'clock, and I do have a time when I need to stop and have a real life. By real life, I mean house chores and dinner, because I never ate breakfast, I never ate lunch. Okay. Well, I sort of ate lunch if you consider this and this to be it. But this is now room temperature, which is probably around 85 degrees. So I do remember this part, the build taking longer. So optimizing mesh data, that could be bad for me. Resolving used channels. So I assume that has to do with the shader channels. And if something's not being used, it's going to discard it from the stream. Building player. Fetching assembly references. Compiling. Building. And game's done. Good job. Yeah. No, it's not. Vertex VPs. Vertex processors. Texture pass. Depth normal, pre-pass lighting, screen space, shadows, deferred shading. So that makes me wonder if it's using deferred shading, why are we stuck to 1 pixelite? Deferred shading should be fast as hell. Maybe it means 1 pixelite with regard to the forward pass. That is so what we're going to do then is throw in like 8 lights and rotate them around Foxy and see what it looks like inside of here. That's what we'll do to make it look good. Come on, here. Oh, God, I just spilled soda everywhere. And I don't even think I have paper towels. I do have a towel. Okay. Game catcher. All right, I switched to the Kraken microphone that I'm currently on. Normally I have a different microphone that's actually right up and over here, but for some reason in the soda explosion of an accident, I lost it, and I don't know why. So the audio quality probably is crappier at this point. But I'm also maxing out my CPU completely. I really need to, once my bank account recovers, get something with a lot more threads or a lot more cores on it, because this is kicking my butt. And I need a better power supply because I don't think I can run both of my GPUs on it. Sorry about that. The soda accident of 2022. I don't know why it knocked out. It's still showing as working for some reason. It might just be because I'm building and streaming and all this other lovely stuff as well. Okay, so. Oh, okay. Well,
That's completely and totally not exciting in any way, shape, or form. So there it is. I'm trying to see if I can make this bigger. But there is no tracking at all. Even basic tracking, there's nothing. So it's just literally stuck to the screen. So we probably need to add, yeah, see there's nothing going on. Absolutely nothing. So we are going to need to add most likely something to the head that is going to cause it to track. Let's see if we can do that really fast. Because that's not VR. That's just outputting to a monitor, right? So let's go back to your first VR map, because what they're going to tell us is there's probably a component I attached to the camera, right? Optimize build iterations, stripped unused shaders, building your first app. Camera, that's what we want. I don't want their rig necessarily. I just need a basic thing to work here. From the hierarchy, right-click main camera, click delete. In a project settings, assets, Oculus, VR, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Oculus, fine. Main camera, dead. Oculus, samples, no. Tool, what is this? Oculus VR prefab folder. Okay, so that's going to be under Oculus VR prefab. Oculus, and what we want is the OVR camera rig. OVR camera rig is in here. Let's move this back. And importantly, instead of just hitting run, let's take a minute and look at what scripts are attached to this, because I hate using prefabs that I don't understand. Absolutely hate it. So they have a tracking space object. I'm not sure what anchor points are. I assume the tracking space gets generated also at runtime to be whatever the bounds of the thing should be. So then we have an OVR camera rig, an OVR camera manager. Add walls. Oh my God. 3D scene. Oh God, if we're going that far, let's just open this back up really fast. Here. I mean, really, why don't we just do this, right? So grab this whole stupid scene. What is this? Test repair room asset? If we're going to do that, where do I test scenes? I wish there was a select scene. Can I do that here? You'd think that this would let me select scene asset. There is one. Good. Click on this. File. Assets. Export package. And while this is exporting, we will go back and figure out the rest of the stuff too. No, we do not want all of you. No, we are not doing all of this. Editor goes. Camera noise assembly. Waypoints go away. I don't know what examples is. I'm going to get rid of examples. I'm going to get rid of the fan. It's adding everything under the sun. Win time, no. Tests, no. No, no. Oh my God, no. None of this. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it this way instead. I'm going to take the room itself, and let's just delete Foxy. Let's delete the... We'll leave the spotlights. We'll see what happens with that. We're going to delete the camera. Point lights we can get rid of. Required for level, we are going to delete. Assembled Foxy is fine. This is all good. Okay. Let's file, save scene as, scenes, test, export package of Foxy room. Oh my word. Save, right click. Let's find this now. Right click, select asset, right click, export package. Once again, it's adding way too much. I don't need any of this crap. Go away, go away, go away, go away. Go away, go away. Models we're going to want. Movement controls can go. Nav mesh components can leave. Pirate Cove can go. The scene is the only one we want. Scripts can all go. Settings can go. Tablet can go. Free roam. Tests win. All right, so all we have now is the models in the scene view. Oh, I disagree. This environment, this is no. Yours looked. I liked yours a lot, actually. Yours looked pretty nice. Some things were a little high poly, like those wires, but otherwise, I really enjoyed what your environment was when you showed it to me on your portfolio. So we're going to go to desktop now and BH Quest 2 packages and Foxy static model. No, we're going to call this repair room model. Okay, give that a few seconds to package up, and then we'll bring it back over into this project. So file, edit, assets, import new asset, BH, packages, and shouldn't that other package be in there? Or did I export that to Boincy Slip? No. Oh, wrong thing. Assets, import package. That's what I want. Okay, is this done? This is finished. We'll leave that open and completely destroy my computer. We'll open up the repair room. And let's just do a sanity check. Everything looks good. We're going to import it. We're going to have to open the scene, make a prefab, then drag the whole thing into there, into this scene is what we've got to do. I should have done that. I should have made a prefab instead of dragging the scene in. Screw it, though. It's okay. What is going on in the real world, and am I missing something important? Sorry. I have to look up from my computer every now and then. So, this is today. Get this in here, get the basic quest stuff in there, get that working. I want to do a test on the HDRP pipeline. I would really like to see if I can get this in there. I have not learned the Unity Universal shader pipeline yet. Universal render pipeline. I might want to look into that and create something custom because I don't need all the bells and whistles of the HDRP pipeline, but I do like some things. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at your message, Anthony. I'm like, no, your environment was really good. I liked it. I like the slanted walls at the top. I can't wait to see that actually in place. And are we stuck? So many. Oh, I'm in Android. It's got to re-import the textures and change all the settings. That's why this is taking so long. I am stupid. I actually don't think I will be passing limits on the poly count. For one, the Foxy model itself is subdivided into multiple game objects. So it's very possible that it will cull them automatically. So the hard limit for polygons in Unity as of several years ago, and I haven't checked, is 65,535, which is the size of a unsigned integer value. And then anything larger than that gets broken into sub-objects or sub-mesh objects. I don't know if they've had to have fixed that error, though, I bet. Oh, it was done? I didn't realize it had been completed, that you had completed the whole thing. Oh my god, this is taking forever. We're at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Exciting contract to hire. Oh my word. Okay, there we are. Let's go into scene view, open up save this scene, open up the test one. We're missing a prefab. Hit F, frame up. We are missing some stuff. This is good enough. Okay. So let's see. Can we look up performance? Why don't they show me any of the performance stuff? Do I have to go to the... I hate that about Unity sometimes. Okay, let's delete this missing prefab. Let's grab everything, put it under a parent node, and call this test repair environment. There we go, and I spelt it wrong. All right, now we're going to create a prefab from this, and we're going to delete most of this stuff, so I need to be somewhat careful. So there's Foxy. Let's just create a new folder. Prefabs. Drag you into there. Okay, now let's go back to the other scene. Don't save. Okay, and prefabs, repair room. There we are. And the pivot point is horribly right up there at the top. That's really bad. Okay, let's find the static model of Foxy. Oh, wow. Okay, the repair room is not zeroed out, so let's zero that out. Frame up. And where is Foxy? Frame up. There Foxy is. And we've got this horrible plane. We're going to get rid of that. Let's move Foxy to something like this. Bam. Bam. And move him in there. God, I really didn't spend any time making this stuff, did I? This is like trash. Okay, good enough. So let's adjust the lighting really fast because I do not like how this looks. That's a reflection probe. Let's see. We have several spotlights, which are going to be interesting because they're going to have to be turned to... Why do I have so many spotlights? What is this one? This one's there. Let's grab this one, and this one. Delete them. Open the prefab. We only want one. Let's delete these three. Keep this one. I guess this was baked. What is this? No. We're going to delete that one too. We only want this one right here. Bring this open. Make it a little bit wider. Do I get a penumbra? No. Intensity, we're going to lower the intensity down a little bit, I think. Instead of it being so blue, we're going to make it a little bit white. This one is going to be set to real time. It doesn't need to be real time, right? It should be mixed. And then there was another spotlight in here. This one, that's just a point light. We'll get rid of that one. This one is our reflection probe. That needs to be baked. Did we have another reflection probe in the environment? No, did I accidentally delete Foxy? Oh no, I'm in the prefab. Stupid me. Let's go back to the scene view, right click, and just uncompact the prefab because it's a bogus prefab anyway, right? So it doesn't matter. We're going to get rid of that light source. We've got the single spotlight. We have a single reflection probe, which we don't need this one for. Let's grab this reflection probe, bring it somewhere, I don't know, down over in here. Let's go to Windows, Rendering, Lighting, and under Lighting, new lighting setting is fine. We're going to use the GPU to do this. We're going to set this to very low resolution, and that all looks fine. Let's generate lighting and hope my computer does not explode, which it might, because global illumination can suck. I don't know if anything's static. Are the walls static? They are set to contribute to global illumination and reflection probe static. So actually, let's cancel this. Window, rendering, lighting, cancel. Let's go to repair environment, set that to be static. Yes, change all children to be static. Now the only one we don't want to be static is the light source itself because we have it set to mixed. Actually, that one's set to real time still. Let's switch that to mixed. We're going to do soft shadows, fine. That's all good. Let's do a generate lighting really fast. This is why I need both GPUs to be running, because I'm sure I'm going to kill my GPU right now. So if we go to my task manager and go to performance, and we can see GPU number 0 is at 32%. That's not so bad. 32%, 44%. 45%, 32%. So that's not so bad. Unity is supposed to detect multiple GPUs and let you choose for light baking, but it never finds the other one. So this is not very good. Let's make some small changes. Draw calls, good question. Let's go over here and do a overdraw really fast. Draw calls should be fine. There's not a lot going on in this scene, honestly. There's not a lot of overdraw. We can go to the profiler if we want to and take a look as well. Once we actually render the thing out. Actually, can we run this from here? I think we can, right? I remember running this through Oculus Tools. I don't think I have to build it. I believe I can run it directly from this. Oculus Profiler, Plant Panel. Let's go over to Render Path, Bitmaps, Bright Mass Wire from much shaded. Where the hell is it? Ah, well, we'll see. We'll see soon enough. I thought I could run this in here and have the device go out to the Oculus. Can I? Let's see if we can profile it. Profiler. I don't know if any of this works, so run. Oculus. I swore there was a way to make this work. Oh, I only have it set to scripts. All right, let's stop this. And let's take a look really fast. Camera render loop right there, 0.33 seconds. That's, we're fine at the moment, but nothing's going on. So so I swore that I could have this directly connected. Or can I not do that because it's through Android now? OVR performance lint tool. I got 5 minutes. You know what? It's whatever I decide. Anthony, can I run this directly? I thought I could run this and hit the run button and actually have it. I might be confusing this with HoloLens. They have what's called an emulator, which allows me to run this from Unity. Oh boy, my music playlist just pulled up a new version of Maniac, the song. So now the pressure is on. Okay, let's build it. Let's just see what happens. Do we have the Oculus thing in here? Let's go to OVR camera rig. That's set up. Let's put it in the right place. Let's move this over here, rotate this way, put it right there. Move that there, overdraw shaded mode. This is good. Okay, several problems that we have right now. We don't have enough bounce lights in the scene. So let's go back to the rendering, lighting, and we're setting this to shadow mask, which we shouldn't use. Yeah, I swear I can. It's just another setting, and you know what? That's next time, not right this time. You see, it's only showing changing computer device used by the progressive GPU requires the editor to be relaunched. No, we do not want that. We want more bounces, so light and indirect intensity, we're going to crank that up. There should be a slider for the number of bounces. Direct samples, indirect samples, environmental samples, light probe. Minimum bounces, we're going to do 3, 5. Filtering, keep that at auto. There are no settings. Let's try generate light map. 3.9 megabytes, that's really tiny. That's not so bad at all. 12, so we just increased the size quite a bit. So let's watch this happen. So let's go to baked light map. We can watch it happen. Oh, is it done? It's already done. Great. Still way too dark. So let's see. And what does this look like? That's fine. Let's add another point light to the scene. Game object. Or no, let's go to the environment because we do not have a material, a skybox. Let's give it a slightly brighter ambient color. The source, let's set to let's set this to a cube map, and we're going to set it to the reflection probe in the scene. The question is, which reflection probe, George? So let's go over to our reflection probe and go to debug mode. Under debug mode, we can find the reflection probe's name, which is right there. Let's call this reflection probe underscore Foxy test scene. Now I can access that data and I can use that as the environmental reflections, which is RP Foxy test scene. Bounces, that's all fine. We don't care about that so much. Real-time light maps, baked light maps, that's all good. Generate the lighting. And it got a little bit brighter there. So I am surprised we're not getting more bounce lighting. So let's break it. Let's go to point light. Ah, screw it. We're doing baked lighting anyway, so let's add an area light. Move that over here, frame up. And where are the extents of this? So this should be, why the hell can't I do what I want to do? Where's the tool editor? It's an area light. I should be able to modify cone. No, box. Right? Did they change how these work? I have the gizmos on. Aren't you supposed to get a selection field? Yeah, they've updated how area lights work. Range, spot. I don't care about that. I need to see the bounding area size, right? Because there should be a... Oh, crap. Why would they go and change this? I hope it's better. There's lighting. Off. Sound. Tools. No custom tools for an area light. That's how am I supposed to see it, though? This used to be different. They've changed it. It's fine, screw it. Real time. No, baked. Spot directional. I should get a widget in my viewport, but I don't have one. Why the hell don't I get a widget? Fine. Delete this, right click. Light source, point light. We'll just shove this someplace in here. Maybe off to the side, actually, like it's coming in from over here. This is where we should probably have some fun with color, right? Red's probably a bit much. Maybe a darker tone. Maybe yellow. And let's get out of debug mode. Go back to normal mode. Set this to baked. That's all fine. And set this to static. That's not going to move. Grab this light source. What is this? This is set to mix. We're going to set this one to be real time. And I'm going to crank up the intensity a bit. Yay, color, right? I'm trying to find something that's not too horrible, but at the same time moody. Red might be too much. The blues are kind of fighting each other. We'll keep it mostly pure white, maybe. And let's just do another generate lighting. I shouldn't be screwing with this. We should just hit run. Too bright. Too bright. Too bright. So intensity, bring that back down to... Actually, intensity you shouldn't really screw with. I should keep that at 1, but modify these parameters instead. This intensity is fine. Let's do another generate lighting really fast. See what happens. Let's turn off my gizmos. And, I don't love it. Really, I don't like it at all. And this looks like crap. Can I turn on emission? I do. It's set to real time. Let's do baked instead. That should help. And then my emission color is good. We're going to increase the intensity quite a bit though. Now try to rebake it and see if that brightens the scene a bit. That helped a little bit with Foxy. I just noticed something pop into place. God, this looks like such trash. I'm actually embarrassed about how this looks. My point light is over there. Actually, let's zoom in, grab this. That is set to static. Let's go back to gizmos. Go to my point light. And lower that range a bit. Generate. So there's some nasty baking going on down here. See right down here. So I'm willing to bet we have overlapping UVs on some of these objects, which is probably the issue. And that's not something we're going to want to fix here. So if we go into the repair room, for instance, and we grab all of these, I don't know if I do not have calculate UVs on. So we have overlap on my UVs. So now if we generate lighting, and of course we could check this if we actually bothered to do anything properly, we could check UV overlap right here and see whether or not we have any issues. And we do on quite a few of these models. It should be okay. That setting's usually wrong. Interesting artifacts because of the low quality. You can see some of the coloration on the sides. Let's go back to shaded. Way too bright, and I think that comes down to this now. The emission color on this being set to 4. Let's just set that to 1. Do another generate. We should be better off. I know, I'm going to do that. I'm stuck on something at the moment. I'm stuck on how crappy this looks. Because this looks like trash. And I'm not sure what exactly is doing it. Can we clear the baked data? There we go. And then rebake it. Okay, there we go. This is better. It's moody. It's a little bit better. I like that. That's just enough lighting to see what's going on. Okay, so let's go ahead and file, build settings, add open scenes. That's probably a good thing to do, right? Run device, development build app bundle, Google Play, export project. Let's take a look really fast. How to play from the Unity editor to the Oculus Quest. Quest 2. I spelled so much of that wrong. Google fixed it for me. And let's see if someone says setting up Oculus Quest for editor mode. Yay! And of course, you can run Steam game. No, we don't want that. How old is this post? This post is from 2013. We are not listening to you. Let's go to. Screw it. We'll build while we try to look this up, so we don't waste too much time. How to play from the Unity editor. I need a. There we go. Oculus Quest 2. That's oh great, Reddit. 0 comments, so that means that it's probably someplace easy. Oh, yes, I meant the meta. Whatever. Rebrand my. Still Facebook as far as I'm concerned. Don't get me started on the metaverse. You need to install and load the Oculus XR. We've done that. So that's interesting. Universal render pipeline compatibility in XR should be something I look up in the future. Single stereo pass, double wide rendering, VR, blah, blah, blah. I guess it's just going to be on the Oculus website. So let's see if this finishes building. We'll see what finishes first, me finding the answer or this. So let's go back to here. And so there's builds, package, mixed reality, performance, additional SDK, sample framework, best practices, input modalities, control. We're going to have to do input next time. We got to get the hands working again. No, we don't want to do mixed world. That's not what we want. Testing and performance analysis, FPS. Draw calls. How many do we, so we get, okay, that is not a lot of draw calls. Wow. I can go up to 1,000,000 polys, so we're absolutely fine. This is what we want to look up. Quest virtual reality check guidelines. Unity's built-in profile or blah, blah, blah. As is running on your Oculus Quest by either ADB or Wi-Fi, make sure to lock your CPU, GPU level before profiling to get consistent. See the Android development guide for information on setting GPU levels. Okay. Oh, there it is. That's where it is. Stupid me. So let's see what happens. Let's put this thing on. Hey, I'm in the scene. Yay. Let's go to the quest. Do a cast. Oculus. Yes, I agree. I have all of them. I have all of the original Oculuses. Every single one from the very beginning. It's ready to run. Hold on. Sorry. I never get a chance to show this off. My original dev kit from the Kickstarter. This old ass thing, this nasty thing that I played Half-Life 2 in, which was a lot of fun. Okay. I have a go. I think I have all of them except the Oculus 2. Yes, Development Kit 1. Yep. I've also got the second Development Kit too, but they shipped that in a really cheap box. It's not nearly as nice as that one. Let's see. Here we go. Where did my screen go? Got it. There we are. And let's see what we see. Well, that's kind of annoying how the screen's set up. Why is it designed like that? All right. Well, anyway. No problem. I don't know how much longer we're going to be going anyway, because honestly, I need to eat food. But look, hey, we got it working on the Quest 2. Yay. This is not going to work well. Headset on top of headset. But yay, we can move around. There's the... I mean, I'm not close enough. Does this come with basic controls, actually? Like movement controls? Let's see if the hands get added. Does not appear so. So I'm going to have to add hand support. Okay, but that's fine. We can do that another day. All that matters is we got the whole thing built out and functioning. Well, we got it. I mean, the Quest, we got a scene built and we got everything set up with it. So everything works just fine now. We imported in assets from the old project just so we have something visible so it doesn't look like absolute trash. And it's fine. It just works. Oh my God. It just works after how many hours of futzing around with stuff to get it to work? Oh, this is hot already, the headset. Okay. All right. I am going to... Yeah, we're 13 minutes past due. I am going to call the stream closed for today. Thank you all for everyone for watching along and jumping in when you could. It keeps me entertained, and hopefully it keeps you somewhat busy and entertained as well. I'm not going to go outside. It's too hot. But I am going to probably shovel cat poop and clean up their stuff and make sure they have food at this point. So long, everyone. I don't know when I'm going to do this again. I'm very busy tomorrow. Maybe Saturday or Sunday I'll jump back in and put another 5 hours into some of these different projects. Until then, I'll see you all. Have a good night or good day wherever you are in the world. Bye. The next stream, I just saw that. There's a delay. I don't know. Tomorrow I'm super busy with work stuff. I've got a huge project I'm working on, but... oh, actually, no. I might stream tomorrow night. My wife is going out with friends, possibly, and I will have nothing to do. So I might stream after work, so probably maybe after 5 o'clock until I feel like stopping, or it'll be, Saturday or Sunday or something. But either way,